Hello everyone, welcome back. So today is going to be a big day. There's a lot of information we're going to be covering today. Hopefully we get to that pretty quick here. We don't know exactly when news is going to drop, but the main thing is that we're getting 8 new hero talent drops today. So one spec that doesn't have any hero talents yet revealed is Devastation. So there's a pretty strong feeling that Devastation may have some talents released. We might get some Scalecommander talents, hopefully. That's the speculation right now. If we're looking at when the drop would be, so the question just asked in chat was, when are they supposed to drop the hero talent stuff? So Buddha, the answer to that question is we don't know the exact time, but if we look at when they normally do this sort of thing, it's probably going to be in 20 minutes. That's why I kicked the stream on just now, because I figured it'd probably be happening soon. So probably in the next 20 minutes, we'll get some information. So just to cover what Blizzard said, so that we're all on the same page. So they said, this week in WoW, February 26th. So each week, we'll look ahead at what's in store for World of Warcraft, share the latest news, keep you in the know bite to bite, wrap up February's trading post, yada yada. Okay. So they said they're announcing, obviously, the classic hardcore realms, solo self-found, that sort of stuff. But the important thing to note here is that today we have article, get an early look at 8 new hero talent trees. Again, we don't know the exact time, but if we know where they usually drop this stuff, we can make a educated guess as to when they're going to drop this information. And that is very likely to be in 20 minutes from now. So we're just kind of hanging out, waiting for this information to drop. I do have a raid also on my mage that I might be doing. I told them that I may not be able to make it today. If they need me, then I'll show up. I'll be there if they need me. If they don't, more than willing to sit. So we'll see what happens there. I might end up raiding a little bit on my fire mage. I do want to clear the raid on my fire mage, but to me, it's more important to cover this news since we're getting potentially some new information about Devastation today. Some of the first information about Devastation in the War Within, because remember, this is going to be the first look we get at Devastation in the World Within, or the War Within. So really hoping that they've got that information for us today. I'm going to go ahead and log into my mage and just get ready for the raid as if I was going to actually do it today, just in case. But yeah, we're going to keep refreshing this page, and as soon as we get the information, we will instantly cover that news. I think it's safe to assume it'll probably be on the World of Warcraft website where they post it. But Wowhead will also probably pick it up as soon as they do that too. Just closing some other windows to kind of free up some RAM here. Okay. Good. All right, we are ready to get invited. Man, I'm excited for this news. I really hope we get some Devastation news today. So chat, what are you most excited for when it comes to these new hero talents? Which ones are you looking towards the most for new information? So far, we've gotten what? We've gotten Chrono Warden, for Evoker, that's the Augmentation and Preservation one. We've also gotten the Frostfire one for Mage as well. There was the Priest one, obviously. but I think that one's getting redone. The one with the reworks augmentation. The one that reworks augmentation to a normal DPS class. If that's Scalecommander, I'm going to be really sad because that would be like basically doing nothing for devastation. But I think they should do that. I think the experiment with augmentation, it was a fun experiment. But, you know, sometimes with experiments, you need to know when it's time to wrap it up and reevaluate your position and maybe make some big changes. Right? If you're open to change, sometimes it's good to maybe go back to the drawing board and say, hey, you know what? This isn't really working. Maybe we should do something different with it. Maybe we should change it because it's not looking too good. I think they should probably reevaluate augmentation, personally. I tried to keep as open of a mind as possible, and I did play it a lot. Like, I played augmentation a ton in Mythic Plus. I even got title on it. Cleared the raid on it, obviously. Very open to the idea of it, but it's just got so many issues, and it's not fun. I think that's the biggest problem, and obviously fun is subjective, but it's kind of universally regarded as not fun in raid. Obviously there are some people out there who like it for raiding, like a very, very select few, but the majority of people I talk to, and this is without me even influencing the answer, it's like anyone who's raiding right now, especially people who are raiding at like a high end, like they're doing mythic stuff, they all seem to agree it just kind of isn't fun to play. Like, there's just stuff wrong with it. So maybe it's time to look into other options. Maybe it's time to maybe switch it up, change it a bit. For me personally, I hate that so much of my damage comes from other people. Like, as someone who is regularly performing well in terms of damage done, having my damage be reliant on others, which I know is part of a support role, but having so much of it be reliant on others, like 70% of it, it's kind of wild. I thought whenever they would make a support, it would be more of like a 50-50. Or like a 75-20 in the direction of 75% of my damage comes from me, 25% of my damage comes from other people. But no, they went all in. Like, all your damage comes from other people. And to me, that's just not fun. And it wouldn't even be that bad if the game supported it. But the game doesn't support it right now. Logs aren't working really for it still, even though we're how many months into this patch? There's still issues with the combat hooks with it. You can't rely on any sort of feedback. You have to like dig through logs to figure out how you're doing. That's lame. I think they kind of fumbled it. It could have been really cool. It could have been really cool if they made it work with meters, if they made it work in logs, if there was like any way to tell how well you're doing. That would probably change things. If the rotation was different, if it wasn't so much about spreadsheet gameplay before the raid. There's a lot of factors that could have been different that would have made it like more fun, at least for me personally. But the overwhelming response to it, as far as I can see, when it comes to raiding, is just that like people don't want to play it. It's funny too, because it's like it's a guaranteed raid spot, which is a guaranteed raid DPS spot, right? Which is like a high demand position, like getting to be a DPS in a mythic guild that's like doing good progression. It's like a very it's not an easy thing to, you know, try and get. Very competitive. You can get a guaranteed spot, you can be in all the time, and still people just don't want to do it. They just don't like it. It's like universal too. That's the crazy part. I say universal, obviously there's some people who like it, but from what I can tell, most people who play it are like, yeah, I don't want to play this next year. I'm talking about Augmentation Evoker. Literally, okay, so this is funny. there are guilds that I talk to, like Augmentation, these other guilds. I don't know of a single Augmentation in another guild of people who I talk to who is planning on playing the evoker next year. Every single person I've talked to is saying that they're just completely quitting evoker because they don't even want to like be considered for Augmentation. Like they're so against it that they're like, no, even if there's a chance I might have to do it, then I'm out. Like for those reasons, I'm out. Yeah, in Mythic Plus, it's not too bad. It's actually fun in Mythic Plus, but I think the reason why it's so fun in Mythic Plus is because you just kind of have like a lot of power to control the situation. Like obviously your damage isn't quite there compared to like some of the other classes, but you have like a lot of control. And it's like, to be frank, it's really easy. Like the return on investment's crazy because you put like barely anything in and you get so much back out of it. So I think the main reason why it feels really fun in Mythic Plus is just because like you get so much out of it for so little investment. Just kind of feels like free Raider IO points, whatever they call them these days. Mythic score, is that it? Yeah, it just kind of feels free. And also, yeah, raid spots are also very competitive right now. It's so hard to secure a position in the raid. So like having it take up 2 spots in the raid just kind of makes that problem way worse. Like the already existing problems in the game, I feel like Augmentation just magnifies them. It's not just a force magnifier for damage, it's also a force magnifier for like how the game is broken, making it considerably worse. Okay, let's see. I need to join the Discord. Hello? Yeah, you can feel it too. And you can do all the stops and you have like a lot of power. You're just kind of overpowered. A lot of people are jumping ship from Evoker. At least as far as I can tell. It's sad too, because Devastation was so fun until Augmentation came out. And it's, you know, it's one of those things where like it's really frustrating when you see the problem coming a mile away. And you're like trying to ring all the alarms and bells and you're saying like, hey guys, I think this is gonna be a problem. Hey guys, I think this is gonna be a problem. People say like, ah, no, it's fine. And then the thing happens and it's a problem like you predicted. There was a lot of predictions about the issues that Augmentation would bring to the game, and all of them pretty much ended up being true. I'm still here. I can be here. I mean, if we just clear like to Smoldy, right? It might just come out right as we kill that. Ideal, really. No, not yet. I'm refreshing constantly. There's probably going to be I mean, if your spec hasn't had one come out yet, it's probably pretty likely it's going to be one of those. Yeah, I've heard some grapevine stuff too. Yeah, no, it's confirmed. We're getting information today. We are getting that info, and we are refreshing constantly to see it come in. Probably evoker. I know some things, or at least I've heard some things. I don't want to repeat them though, because I mean we're right on the time, so it should come out any moment now, like 4 or 5 minutes. There's a high chance though, like I said, if your class hasn't had anything come out yet, there's a pretty high chance that you're gonna see some info. Never did a faith build? Okay, if you go faith build in Elden Ring, you need to play the rings. You gotta play the fundamentalist build. It's the one where you go into and faith. And you have the like discs that you throw, the 3 discs, and then you also have the giant one where you go like this and it shoots out of you. That shit is so sick. And then you get the winged spear, and you can also shoot discs out of that shit too. You just throw frisbees at people. Yo, Nanobite, what's up, dude? Welcome back. Appreciate you. I think we have some good news for you soon. Yes, very soon. I think we'll be getting some potentially some devastation news. Yeah, I can, Yini, if you want, I can send you like resources for it, because whenever I did my soul level 1 run, I did a lot of research before I completed it to try and make sure I would like have a plan for it. So I actually have like a lot of information in spreadsheets and shit about like how to, like what works and what the scaling on certain things is, and especially if you're looking for trying to grab everything before like fighting any bosses, I have resources for that too. And know where your disco? Okay, yeah, I'll check your message. First time you raid on my devastation this season, you happen to be where? You happen to be here? What are the odds? Hey, let's go. Yeah. Let me link it to you. One sec. Hold on, let me refresh them. Go ahead real quick though first. Just in case. It's just like a mega thread here. Almost all the links that I have are part of this. I'm like so anxious to find this information. I keep like stressing. Like, I need to refresh this page fast. Wait, do I have an auto refresh chat on? Hold on, I might be able to set up auto refresh. Chrome auto refresh. Okay. A food buff. Okay, I have Wowhead set to auto refresh every 10 seconds on my second monitor. Plus intermission or pull? Okay. Ooh, I'm excited.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There is only darkness and pain. Destruction takes root.
Why did my ice flows not go off there? Oh, am I not ice flows right now? What the fuck? Oh, I'm shimmer. What the fuck? Oh, it must have been part of the build load that I just grabbed.
Dodge cone.
I had to do that because I have a stop cast macro in my fucking...
Killed plants. Dodge
Hold
cone.
on. I have a stop cast macro in my blink for like if I am playing like not shimmer. So I had to pull that out real quick.
Personals in A.
Destroy roots. Destroy roots.
I did my Flame It Summer bug there.
Dodge cone.
Yes, bolstering week. Gotta savor that bolstering while you have it. Are you just gonna go off? Oh, there it goes. Hey, not too bad. My damage is so much better than last week. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. Wait, is this from today? February 27th, yes. Scalecommander, it's out. We have Scalecommander. I repeat, we have Scalecommander. Hold on, let me We'll need on this. We're gonna kill one more boss. Yes, we do have Scalecommander. The talents are out. We've got Druid, Scalecommander, Evoker, Paladin, Rogue, Warlock, Warrior. No Shaman. Get wrecked. Okay. Scalecommander, Evoker. Let's see here. Mass Disintegrate. Yo! Okay, hold on. Yo, what? Mass Disintegrate? Okay, hold on. This is... Oh, fuck. Yeah, sorry. I'm, like, tabbed out. One sec. Alright, so Mass Disintegrate. Mass Eruption. Empower spells cause your next eruption to strike... Okay, we don't care about that. Empower spells cause your next disintegrate to strike up to 3 targets. When striking less than 3 targets, disintegrate's damage is increased by 25% for each missed target. Holy shit! Yo, what? Okay, hold on. We gotta kill this boss, but I really just want to read this. Oh, fuck. Okay, we'll get back to it in just a second.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Dodge.
Personals in A.
Dodge.
Left or right? We'll get the bad shit, but it'll be fine after.
Personals in A.
Spread.
I need a heal over here, fellas.
Spear on you.
That was some terrorism.
Dodge. Spear on you.
Wish I was Ice Flows. I forgot to respec into Ice Flows because I was too busy alt-tabbed looking at the Scalecommander shit. We'll get right back to that, by the way. As soon as I kill this boss.
Spread. Soak. Spear on you. Soak. Dodge.
Okay. Mass Disintegrate. Eruption spells cause your next Disintegrate to strike up to 3 targets. When striking less than 3 targets, Disintegrate damage is increased by 25% for each missing target. So that's going to be a 50% increased damage on your next Disintegrate after you use your Empower spells. You definitely want to space them out because of that. On the left side, we have black spells deal 10% increased damage. So that's just Deep Breath for Devastation. Melt Armor. Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons cause enemies to take 20% increased damage from bombardments and essence abilities for 12 seconds. Oh no. Oh no, they're not doing that, are they? That is cringe. No, 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 no. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Okay. Bombardments. All right. Mass Disintegrate and Mass Eruption mark your primary target for destruction for the next 10 seconds. You and your allies have a chance to trigger a bombardment when attacking. Wait, hold on. You and your allies have a chance to trigger a bombardment when attacking marked targets, dealing volcanic damage split amongst all nearby enemies. Okay, so whenever you use your Empower, your Disintegrate's going to do 50% more damage in single target, and it will also mark the target for 10 seconds, and then the target will have a chance to have bombardments just deal damage to it for the next 10 seconds. Okay. What do we get here? Ring? Legs. Don't need legs. This ring is not an upgrade. Onslaught. Entering combat grants a charge of burnout, causing your next living flame to cast instantly. Entering combat does that? So like in Mythic Plus, that's kind of cool, I guess, but interesting. Okay, so not too important, but interesting still.
Smolderon dares to claim this realm as his own? We will stop him.
Hardened Scales. Obsidian Scales reduce damage taken by additional 5%. Knocking an enemy up or backwards reduces their damage done to you by 15% for 8 seconds. Okay. So it's just 5% more damage reduction on Obsidian Scales. I mean, that's pretty good. Extended Battle. Essence abilities extend bombardments by 1 second. Okay. Cool. All right. I could see that being pretty good. Bombardments have a chance to generate Essence Burst. Oh. Wait, but bombardments can come from your allies too. So is that gonna... Will it work with your allies too? Or are you just gonna get flooded with Essence Burst? And it says, for each second you're in combat, as you're striking Living Flame, deal 1% increased damage up to 50%. Wait. Hold on. For each second you're in combat, as you're striking Living Flame, deal 1% increased damage up to 50%. So after 50 seconds of being in combat, not even a minute, as you're striking Living Flame are going to deal 50% more damage. That is really interesting. This is like the opposite of our mastery. But Living Flame doesn't really contribute like a large percentage of our damage, but in AoE you can make this thing pop off. So that's really interesting. Okay, Nimble Flyer. While hovering, damage taken from area of effect attacks is reduced by 10%. Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons reset the cooldown of hover. Huh. I mean, the obvious answer here is damage taken reduction from Nimble Flyer, but interesting. I could see a situation where Tailwinds might be useful. Maneuverability. Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons can now be steered in your desired direction. In addition, Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons burn targets for volcanic damage over 12 seconds. Okay, wait, hold on. So you're telling me, with this talent, my Deep Breath turns into a go-kart that I can't stop, but I can at least turn directions in it. So there's no stopping it. The brakes have been cut, right? But you can steer it? There's got to be a limit to how quickly you can turn directions here. There's got to be a limit to how fast you can turn. Because, like, imagine you start your Deep Breath and you literally just do this, right? Oh, shit. They're ready to go. Okay. Imagine you just do this. Right? You're just, like, going in place. That's much better than the current design, though, I will say. Wait, groups 1 and 3 left. Okay, I'm on left. Sorry, I know we're jerking back and forth between the content and the content, but I did have a... I did say that I would show up to this raid and do the raid, so I want to fulfill my promise here. But we're going to talk about this a bit more. Yeah, that is so interesting. The Deep Breath thing really has me intrigued. That might actually change my opinion on Deep Breath. Okay, so whenever I was reading the first ones, I was like getting really sad because I saw stuff about Deep Breath and I was like, oh, don't make me use that ability, please. But then now I see that we're getting go-karts and I'm like, maybe it's not too bad. Maybe I judged it too harshly. I hate the delays on this boss. You actually feel it so hard.
Personals in A. Soaks. Personals in A.
Oh. Wasn't expecting to move like that.
Soaks.
Alter time this. Aw, fuck, they interrupted my cast. Thought I cut it short enough, but I did not.
Soaks.
What have you done? Not even Ash will
Okay, yeah, so going back to Scalecommander, there's gotta be some mechanism whenever you're using deep breaths that forces you to not be able to move completely backwards. Like, you know how whenever you're dragon riding, you're like turning at a certain speed, like you can only turn at a certain maximum speed. You're kind of limited or governed in that way. There's got to be something that does this with Scalecommander. Because otherwise, you just go back and forth in place and basically not move. I mean, I would be okay with that, but that would be optimal, and I don't think people would like wanting or having to do that.
bear witness to the purity of flame and be consumed.
But okay, so one interesting thing is Blizzard said that they want hero talents. They're kind of shooting for like a specific target when it comes to the power of them. Like there's a certain amount of damage that each hero talent tree. Sorry, I got thirsty mid sentence. There's a certain amount of damage each tree is supposed to grant your character. There's like a set amount. That amount is like, I believe they say like 20 to 25% is what they were shooting for. This was information from my Augmentation interview. One second, I gotta reset the boss. We're gonna try and figure out where that damage is coming from, because I don't think they really hit the mark with this one, if that's the goal.
5, 4, 3,
Okay, so your next disintegrate after using Empower does 50%, just a 1 disintegrate. You have black spells deal 10% increased damage. What does this do for Scalecommander Devastation? 10% more deep breath damage? Cool. Who cares? Doesn't matter. And then you have this bombardment thing. We don't know exactly how much damage this is going to do. We've got our entering combat gives us a charge of burnout. I mean, that's 1 proc of burnout. That's basically nothing. We've got 20% increased damage from bombardments and essence abilities for 12 seconds. That one's actually pretty big because that's during your cooldowns. So you deep breath like right before your dragon rage. Kind of awkward, but they do both have a 2-minute cooldown, so kind of lines up. And then we have the cooldown reduction. That's interesting. So it might actually desync our deep breath.
5,
Oh, we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No, my meteor. Rip meteor. Hardly knew ya.
safe.
3, 2,
We'll mirror this.
1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I really hope my trinket didn't miss there. It's hard to tell. I feel like my meteors are missing like crazy too. It's coming through the melee right now from the back.
Get safe.
3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oof. I'm hurting. Oh, we have a lust. Let's go. Second potion. Hell yeah, we did it. Oh, okay. Anyways, like I was saying, we're looking for where the damage is coming from here because we're supposed to have 25% damage increase roughly from the hero talents, or somewhere between 20 and 25%. So we obviously have the factor of getting more damage from Disintegrate. If we're hitting 3 targets, it's going to be 3x damage on your Disintegrate after you use your Empower spell. It's going to be 1 for 1, so that'll be 1 after Fire Breath, 1 after Eternity Surge as well. And then, oh, hold on, I need to turn off my auto refresh on Wowhead. And then it's gonna go 50% more damage on the single target if we don't have those extra targets. So obviously having Cleave is gonna be really good for us. If we don't have Cleave, we don't get that benefit. And then 10% more black spells, that just does Deep Breath, so it doesn't really change anything for us. Entering combat gives us a charge of burnout, that doesn't really do anything for us. Bombardments is a big question mark. We don't really know how much damage that's going to be because we don't know anything really about it other than what they just gave us this information on. So we know we're getting cooldown reduction on Deep Breath from it. Getting cooldown reduction on Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons with this talent over here that makes us get 20% increased damage, I feel like it's kind of weird because unless you're able to reach a 1 minute cooldown reliably, this cooldown reduction doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. Like, you'd want to line up your breaths with your 2 minutes. So getting more cooldown reduction isn't really doing anything for you in most cases. And then each second that you're in combat, you're going to get more damage on Azure Strike and Living Flame. This one's interesting. I actually like this talent. But it means that we slowly rev up, which is kind of the opposite of our mastery, which is kind of interesting. Kind of like counteracts it in a way. But those spells don't do enough damage to really make a dent. So I don't think it's really coming from this. That's going to be a small piece of it. We'll have to calculate exactly how much damage that'll be. But not too crazy. And then, yeah, Obsidian Scales makes your damage reduction 5% better. That's self-evident. I don't think we need to talk about that. Essence abilities, extending the bombardments. That one's interesting because, again, we don't know anything about bombardments. We don't know how much damage they're actually going to do. But if we're able to extend it, it's 10 seconds innately from your mass disintegrate. I'm assuming that that's going to stack duration because you're going to do 2 disintegrates in a row with that shit. And it's going to be proccing damage and giving you cooldown reduction. A lot of question marks here. Or you could have bombardments have a chance to generate essence burst. Again, we don't know what the proc rate is, so that might just be flooding you with procs, or it could be like you get no procs, or somewhere in between. We just don't know. But getting more essence burst is not the way to make devastation do more damage. We've already seen that with the current tier bonus. Like, you get a lot more essence burst. That's cool. But the issue is you can't really spin it in time. So you end up just clipping your disintegrates because you're overrun with essence. We're back to the same problem we had back with the old Eye of Infinity, way back in the day whenever it gave us a Essence Burst proc, whenever we procced Eye of Infinity, where you just like spins constantly at the 3 tick because you just have too much essence. And then obviously getting 10% damage reduction from hovering, from AoE abilities, that's great. Getting cooldown reduction on it, that's interesting. Not sure how useful that is. And then maneuverability, getting to actually control the Deep Breath. This is like... Okay, it says, in addition, Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons burn targets for volcanic damage over 12 seconds. Deep Breath already does that. Deep Breath already burns... Or, wait, no. This is applying damage over time. Okay, so... Deep Breath does volcanic damage, and then it also does the damage over time. Even still, this... To me, I'm pretty disappointed by these. Because this is, There's nothing about increasing the evoker's range. There's nothing about really like there's nothing that seems that it's gonna increase your damage by like a wide margin. These all seem like pretty weak, and it doesn't even seem like a lot of this tree is even built for devastation. I mean, shit, 10% increased black spell damage, that's huge for augmentation, but it does nothing for devastation. What the heck? Why is this not blue and black spells? I don't understand. Like, this tree can't be giving you much damage. This is... Again, we don't know bombardments, but aside from that, there's not much damage in this tree. This is not really doing anything for us. It's cool that you get to control Deep Breath, but like, that's not what I want from my tree. That's not like my wish list for Evoker is being able to control Deep Breath. In fact, my wish list for Evoker is like, just don't even fucking talk to me about Deep Breath. I don't want to talk about it. Like, I don't want to use it. I don't like it. Right? I just... I don't know. I have to think about it, but... A bit disappointed, gotta say.
Soak. Get out. Soak.
God damn it.
Soak. Soak.
This has got to be the worst fight. The entire raid. I know I say it every time I do it, but it's true. Oh.
Stand and booth. Soak. Safe.
I take this, I might die.
Soak.
We got a couple ducks we need to do.
Soak. Stand and booth. Safe. Soak. Get out. Soak.
And just sit as a duck. Yeah.
Soak. Get out.
God, I hate this fight. We get belts. No trinkets, man. Feels bad. But yeah, okay, let's like figure out a rough estimate here of what we're talking about. So we're gonna look at this in terms of what the best case is, the max damage from it. So looking at a log, what we can do is we can just pull up a devastation log on a single target boss. We're just going to look at the highest Volcarus one, and we're going to use that log's damage as a way to figure out how much this would actually buff us. So here is the log. Zoom out here. This will be where we do our little
The guardians
maths.
of the seed will never relent. They will die to keep you from it.
Okay. So how many empower spells did we cast in this entire fight? We casted 10 fire breaths, 10 eternity surge. So that's going to be 20 of these total. 20 times plus 50% on disintegrate. Right? So 20 of those disintegrates had 50% more damage. How many disintegrates total? 67 total. 67. So 20. So 30% of these had 50% more damage. So we can just say that this is just 15% more disintegrate damage. It's easy to just do it that way. So right here we're going to say plus 15% damage on disintegrate. Now disintegrate is... I need to make sure I loot this guy. Okay, so disintegrate is how much of our damage overall? 46.89%. Nope, we're stuck. You could just say, I mean, it's basically 50%. Hold on one second. Gotta focus on getting to the next boss. But yeah, let's say it's like 9% increase. Okay. We'll get back to it in just a second.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh, fuck, that hit me. Looked like I was around the line of it, but I was not. I guess the little glowing tip also hits you. Yeah, again, I keep forgetting to go fucking... Wait, which way am I even supposed to go here? Oh, I'm middle. Fuck me. At the G-Invis. Trying to cover this stuff while also raiding is a bit challenging. My brain is in two places.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh. Not even close. Dude, I keep hitting the field of burn, like right at the end, right before it expires, and it's just not giving it to me. Hate that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, four,
Ice flows is so much fucking better on this fight. Holy shit.
1.
Never leave home without it. I'm not going to pop this combustion because we're about to do the intermission. Sure, I'm assigned to a side there. I don't see it in the node. I don't see it popping up in the weak aura. Maybe I'm just blind, but not seeing it. Just gonna blast this guy because he was low or higher last time.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh wow, it was way different this time. Oh, he's an execute. Let's go. We have less than 18.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Slippers? No. Okay, yeah. So we said that this, looking at the damage here, is about 15% increase to disintegrate, assuming the best case. So that's a 9% increase on your on this top one, just innately, assuming it works the way it should. And then we have our black damage is increased by 10%, which does nothing for us right now, presently. So we're just going to put that down as a plus. We're just going to leave it empty, actually. That one does nothing we can tell. This one's a big question mark. We don't know how much this one is going to do, because we don't know enough about bombardments. They haven't given us enough information here to really go off of. It's all about how much the damage proc is, so big question mark right there. And then Onslaught, getting 1 extra charge of burnout is negligible. So I'd say like less than 1%. Or less than 0.1%. In Mythic Plus, that'll be kind of nice, but... And also for AUG, this would be kind of nice. Yo, Days Wow, thanks for the wow, Twitch Prime. Appreciate you. And then Milt Armor. So 20% increased damage from bombardments and essence abilities for 12 seconds. 12 seconds at the start of your Dragon Rage. If we look at Dragon Rage... If we look at Dragon Rage, the first 12 seconds is going to be from here to here. Now, during this, the damage, 46% of the damage was from Disintegrate, so we'll round up to 50. So that's going to be a 10% increase during this window. So 10% increase for 12 seconds. What was this? Here's the total amount of damage he did in this window. What was the percentage again? 20? Yeah, so 10%. Smelty. Wait, have we killed everything else? Are we almost done with the raid? So I can just focus on the new shit? Yes, we are. Okay, this is our last boss, guys. We aren't doing any more bosses after Smolderon, so then we can focus fully on the new shit. Oh, I need a Ventus. Ventus! And we got a Ventus. Sorry, what's the name again? Thank you.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dude, that orb was so troll. It spawned so far ahead of me. Maybe it did it because of Alter Time.
Soak.
2, 1.
Bait. Bait.
I actually like Shimmer a lot more on this fight.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
just gonna ice block this just in case. We're gonna give him int.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
I love alter time there. Dude, alter time is so good. Oh fuck.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Obliterate my enemies! Apologies, my lord. I would rather watch you die. Deceiver! Once I destroy these vermin,
Bait.
will know my vengeance! Lava purge!
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Health stunning this. I have nothing
Collect
here.
orbs.
Fuck. God damn it, dude. I don't want to do this again. I want to be done. Want to be free. Okay. Oh, we should be doing this number actually. 4.91, because that's how much damage they did overall during this window. So that's the number we should take. So it's what, 4, 9. So it's 400. So it's just 10% more damage during this window. And how many deep breaths or how many dragon rages did we get during this fight? So let's say that we get this in 2 times. Okay. So that's like 1,000,000 more damage. So then the total damage done was 53 million. So yeah, this is not really a significant gain. It's like 2% increased damage. So, and then also you have to account for the fact that you're having to use deep breaths, which also is another wrinkle in this. But then again, we don't know bombardment, so it's probably going to be around like, let's say 2 to 5% from this. And then wing leaders, again, we don't know how bombardments work, so we can't really make an assessment of how much this is increasing our damage. Over here, for each second you're in combat, as you're striking Living Flame, deal 1% increased damage up to 50%. This fight was 3 minutes. That means after this mark, it would be doing max. From here on out, Living Flame did 9% of their damage. Azure Strike did 0.6. We'll just say 10%. So that's a 5% increase then, let's say. Obviously, it depends on the fight. Shit. I don't know. It's just part of a add-on pack I had from way back. Yeah, the bridge jump is really hard. You may just want to look for the alternate version of that, because that one's not too good.
5,
I've done it, though. I've done it.
2,
Wasn't fun.
1.
Soak.
2, 1.
Bait.
Jesus.
Bait.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I really hope I'm not in that. Okay, I wasn't.
Bait.
Nope.
Soak.
2,
So yeah, we'll say that this is 5% or more. No, we'll say 4% actually. No, because it leads up to it, so it'll probably be like 5% or more. Okay, so far we've got best case 10% plus that 20. I guess we are there. I don't think it's going to be working this way, by the way, but I'm just trying to make some assumptions to like ballpark where the damage might be. And then these don't deal with damage. We don't know what this one is doing. We don't know what this one is doing because we don't know the proc rate. And then maneuverability and damage done. Again, we don't know shit about this. So yeah, this is where we're at so far. We're gonna do a talk, I think, about this. Let me just remove that part. But yeah, the power is kind of like mainly in the mass disintegrate, and then these two. And this is assuming that mass disintegrate stacks. Hopefully it does. Nope, we're pulling the boss again. Are these real? Yeah, they're real. We'll be covering them too, like in more depth in just a moment. I'm just doing this in between pulls because,
5,
like I said, I had a
3,
raid.
1.
I had planned for this time before I knew that the notes were coming out.
Bait.
Oh.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Man, I don't want to be wiping right now. Please, no. Get me out, dude. But yeah, this is real. This is the Scalecommander talents. Today, Blizzard came out with 8 more specs. So the 8 specs that we are looking at today are Scalecommander, Evoker, Windwalker, Windstalker Druid. I almost read that as Windwalker. Aloon's Chosen Druid. Herald of the Sun Paladin. I'm excited for this one. Templar, also excited for this one. Trickster Rogue. Diabolist Warlock. That's interesting. And Colossus Warrior. I'm really excited to look over the Ret ones now that I know how to play Ret. Because I have that extra insight.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait.
Now alter time this.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're wiping again. No. I don't like it. Scalecomanders are the chosen generals of the Draktyr, specializing in targeting, calling targets, and inspiring those around them. They are experts in using flight during battle and often seen leading the charge while in the sky. What's interesting about this is, since it shares it with Augmentation, there is kind of like a supporty aspect to it. I don't know if you noticed that. Obviously, Bombardments has that, but it's like all the heavy lifting is being done by Bombardments here. Because it's marking the targets. Wait, no, hold on. It's marking your primary target. Yo, what's up, Annoying Llama? How's it going? Appreciate the gifted sub. Okay, it's only your primary target, so it doesn't have any sort of AoE tie-in then. Please kill the boss. Please kill the boss. Cannot be wiping anymore. Get me out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Collect orbs.
Look at that fucking orb. What the hell?
2, 3, 4.
Why can they spawn so far ahead of you? I don't understand that.
Bait.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no. Damn, almost debated myself there.
Bait.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
No, we have a tank down. No, we're wiping again. Fuck me, dude. I want out. Please. Please free me, dude. All the news is here. I just want to cover it. And I'm stuck wiping on this boss. I'll give it a couple more goes, but then I'm out. Alright, let's see what Wowhead is covering here. Oh, they have the trees already implemented. Yo, let's go. These icons are obviously a guess. They still don't know what exactly it's going to look like, but they're a pretty good guess, I think. We go again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Soak.
2, 1.
Bait.
Bro, that thing spawned next to me after I blinked. What the fuck? Who? Okay.
Bait.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sometimes the orbs will spawn on you. Other times they'll literally spawn like super far away from you. Like super far in front. That's actually the most tilting one. If it's like far behind you, that's fine. Doesn't really make like a difference. But if it's like far ahead of you, that's really frustrating. Because then you have to like rush to get it. It's like suddenly there's an urgent thing that you have to take care of.
Bait.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Oh. Shit. I didn't even see that one directly behind me. We'll mirror this.
Collect orbs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I didn't have all two time. Alright, we just go back in. Okay, so depending on which set I get, I may not have all two time up for that. I also think I should probably delay my combustion because this lineup is really bad because I'm basically getting my combustion back right as the phase is ending. Whereas I think if I held it, I could have some overlap during the phase.
1.
Bait.
Swear to God, it always fucking lines up where I have to do SKB hardcast during the dodging shit. That should also help with the lineups as well.
Bait.
I'll mass barrier us.
Collect orbs. 1, 3, 4, 2.
Bait.
Sick baits. LFG.
Soak.
2,
Bait.
1.
Alright, there's no way we can wipe.
Collect orbs.
Right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right as combustion comes up. Frick. Okay, we out. Cloak. My cloak's better. And LFG. Alright, I'm gonna drop portal, and that is it. Okay. Full attention now. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna hop into the Evoker Discord and have a little bit of talk about this. Yep, GG's. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm done raiding. I'm finally out of my jail, dude. We were wiping on Smolderon for a bit, so unlucky, really. So, I know y'all have had a chance to look at these, probably a bit more time than I have because I've been raiding, but I was like looking at them in between pulls and kind of like trying to get an idea of how much damage this might give us. It seems like I'm pretty underwhelmed, honestly, by this tree. I'm really sad that it shows deep breath stuff too. Like, I wanted to hear from Yeldo what your first impressions were. We're talking with Saldor and the other Evoker staff.
And they remember when they reworked causality, they made it so that it's when it does damage, it's not on cast anymore. So this on AoE means the blue beam is going to give you the AoE version of causality effectively. This is going to give you 1.5 seconds per tick because it's going to be ticking 3 times. So a full blue beam is 6 seconds off when you get the empowered version. So that's 12 seconds of cooldown reduction on AoE, just for pressing empower, disintegrate, empower, disintegrate. That by itself is kind of insane. Onslaught just seems like quality of life. Like I'm gonna go in the weird order, but like Onslaught is just quality of life, especially in Mythic Plus. Just getting a burnout, that's gonna be really comfy.
Yeah.
Just get a burnout, so you get a living flame. Bombardments, it's hard to tell how this node works. It's also with the whole like it debuffs the enemy that you target. So when you have 2 empower spells, how does this work? Does the duration get added together? Like, can I just have 20 seconds of bombardments from casting on the same target, or do I have to spread them? How does the RPPM object like on the bombardment work? Does it like, is it per ally? Is it unique? Is it per target and unique, or is it based on like just my stats? Is it just one driver? Like, this is going to need some serious testing, and because it's obviously a proc as well, we just don't know how good it is.
Yeah.
It's going to be heavily tuned on depending. Black spells do 10% increased damage. The only black spell on Devastation
Deep
is
Breath.
Deep Breath.
Yep.
Right. Melt Armor is Deep Breath and Breath of Eons, cause enemies take 20% increased damage from bombardments and essence abilities for 12 seconds.
I actually was looking.
Power damage.
Yeah, I was looking through logs to figure out to like try and quantify that, and it ended up being way less than I was expecting.
Yeah, this is definitely better on AoE, but on single target, a lot of the damage you deal is. Let me just switch to the sim, which is over here somewhere. This is running the old tier set, so we don't have the current tier set on because the current tier set just gives you so much essence burst, it skews everything. and I want to just put the LTS on. It doesn't make any difference really, but it buffs cooldown window slightly more than normal. But
Holy,
I was
wait,
looking at
hold
this
on.
specifically because
Hold on. I just
I wanted-
looked at your screen. Wait, so this is implemented in Sims already? You
No,
did
no,
this, or what is
this
this?
is the current tier set. This is the current.
Oh,
this is-
okay,
sorry,
okay,
this is
okay.
This is season 2's tier set on. I turned off the season 3 tier set because I do not wish to have the season 3 tier set turned on because of
Mhm.
how much resources it provides.
Yeah.
It would skew things a bit, and I was just looking at that to get like gauge stuff, specifically like I was looking at like what node like the sim here specifically was checking what node to drop to get the deep breath cooldown reduction, right? The answer is iridescence. Like you drop iridescence. However, there was an essence burst generating node on that tree, and if you have the essence burst generating node, maybe you don't need arcane vigor, maybe it's less powerful. But as it stands, by its baseline, arcane vigor makes about half your essence bursts, so it's kind of good.
Yeah.
What was I getting to? So yeah, I was about to say sorry. Like a lot of the damage that you deal. Okay, this is kind of skewed because I do have the tip, so that's like 10% of my damage. But a lot of the damage that you deal for like disintegrate and stuff like that, it's not actually disintegrate. It's gonna be the scintillation procs.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be the empower damage from scintillation and your fire breath. So a lot of the damage actually comes from that on single target. Quite a large amount on single target.
Yeah.
However, on AoE, it's pyre. It's just all pyre, and obviously the living flame burst damage. But that means I think on AoE this is a lot better. Although I was also mentioned that on AoE, scintillation will proc for every single one of those blue beams, and it will hit 2 targets, which is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I was mainly looking at single target, so I guess that makes sense. I hadn't really considered, I guess, how big of a deal that is in AoE. So you're picking up Onyx Legacy to have the reduced cooldown since this is giving us that damage increase. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be worth it. Like even just naively, it's going to be worth it because like at the end of the day, this does in addition to deep breath and breath of the end now burn the target for volcanic damage in 12 seconds. I'm assuming that's basically at least double the damage of deep breath.
Right.
So, like.
And having the ability to control it makes it like infinitely less cancer to use because that is well, it's still going to be annoying I think in some cases, but like at least now there's like some ability to steer the thing. Hopefully, if you see shit spawning.
This is going to be like weird. All I want them to do with this node, I think, is potentially make it so that you can press it and then you can press it again to stop it, so that you press deep breath and it just starts going off it forwards. Then you're locked in a charge, but you can steer the charge, and then you press it again and it drops you. That's what I want for it. And then you can make it have a minimum duration so that it will you will have to do the charge for at least a GCD or something like that. But then it has no longer has a targeting circle or anything like that. You just charge.
Yeah.
And I think that would fix a lot of the issues I have with deep breath in confined spaces, especially. Like really bad in like if you remember the Alderman dungeon, like that dungeon was awful to deep breath.
Yes.
You hit like pots or walls, or it was awful.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's like there's no reticle involved whatsoever. You just press the ability and your guy just starts going forward.
Yeah.
I want to be
really cool. Yeah.
The way I described it is I want to be in a go-kart. Like I'm fucking driving the go-kart and I can exit whenever I need to, but the brakes are cut. That's fine. You can just exit. You can bail whenever you need to.
I think that's what I want. I have a feeling it possibly might not be that to start with, but I think we can possibly give them feedback in this direction. And I would like to be able to stop it. I don't want to be in the full, like, 4 seconds of deep breath time. That's a bit long for the ability. But, like, at 3 seconds or whatever, like, if it's 2 GCDs basically worth of time that you lock into the deep breath, I think it's probably fine. Because you have control of your character again. Like, having control of your character is a big deal. Like, a really big deal.
Yeah, surprisingly.
It's not full control. Yeah, surprisingly. Right, we got sidetracked. Back up to the top. Bombardment reduces the cooldown of deep breath and breath of eons by a second for each target struck, up to 3 seconds. Once again, this is heavily favoring AoE, right? Like heavily favoring AoE. But with a decent proc rate on bombardments, this can be a sizable duration of deep breath. I'm not sure how much we're gonna get. I'm assuming that you get like a bombardment for every single empower you use, at least on average. Like that would be fine number. So you press like 6 a minute. So on single target that wouldn't really do anything, but on AoE that would make it like a 40-second cooldown, which should line up with it like M+ packs pretty nicely.
Mhm.
That should be pretty good in M plus. Like how much value that actually is just depends too much on properties. Like it's really hard to judge.
Yeah, we also
But
don't know how much damage it does, like, period, so I'm sure
yeah.
that's going to be a factor, too.
Yeah, like potentially pretty good. Like, and just more deep breaths is pretty good. Like the main concern I have with this is if it causes deep breath, like just desync in general from
Mm-hmm.
things like Dragon Rage. Like if it's just off and it's just always off, that could be fine too. Like it's whatever. Like it's just now a minor cooldown that you press. It doesn't really line up all the time, but it lines up like maybe twice a fight. Fine. And on like a fight like Farek, you'd resync it for important windows, like
Yeah.
so you have it for Bloodlust or whatever and stuff like that.
Or like Smolderon, to, you know,
Yeah,
if there's like the one with Lust, obviously you'd want to line up for that.
yeah,
The third one.
And you probably would line it up for every single damage amp on Smolderon, but
Yeah.
well, a deep breath on Smolderon, maybe not.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
not.
mean, we'll have to see what the control means, right? Because like the way I'm imagining it is like they'll probably use the technology from like Dragon Riding where you can't turn at
Yeah,
too much of an angle. You have like some ability to turn back and forth, but it's kind of like you're restricted still.
yes, I think so as well. Then Unrelenting Siege is, I think it's better than a boring increase.
This is actually
fact
in single targets actually like pretty good. I calculate out it's around like 5% on like a 3-minute
yeah.
fight.
I mean, your Living Flames do like I mentioned a second ago, like Living Flames already do a lot of damage because you don't really press them unless they're good to press.
Mhm.
So
And 50 seconds is not a long time for it to rev up. Like in terms of like mechanics that rev up over time, only 50 seconds. That's, you may even have packs in Mythic Plus that last that long.
yeah, like I was talking to Zeph about this in DMs a minute ago. In Mythic Plus, I do not want this to just end when you leave combat. Like either it should have a grace period in which it like just exists at the current stat quantity, or it should like ramp down relatively rapidly, but like not immediately. It's like I think Zeph said like 2% every second would be like pretty nice. I think so that when you leave combat, yes, you start losing unrelenting siege stacks because you're not in combat anymore, but it's just like not an immediate you've lost all the stacks because that would feel bad and maybe make you want to like
You do
change
degenerate shit
yeah
if that's the case.
it wouldn't be like an overwhelming amount of your damage overall on a key to do this sort of stuff. But if you could chain mobs onto a boss and start the boss fight with a 50% damage amp to Living Flame, that actually would be a fairly sizable DPS increase on the boss itself.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And it just, I would rather it doesn't have gameplay friction. Like, and while that gameplay friction would somewhat still be there, if it ramps down when you're not in combat, it would
Much
be
less of an issue.
a lot better than just it's all gone. Because you're not really actually out that combat that long in heat. So you're just not actually out that combat that long most of the time.
Yeah.
With a competent tank. Like, I'm sorry, her tank is slow. And pugs. I'm sorry, everyone. But yeah, that's my biggest concern about Unrelenting Siege itself. Then we've got 5% damage reduction for Obsidian Scales.
Love it.
Sure. Love it. Like, nice. This is one of the interesting ones that I had a conversation with Vol about specifically. Like, this is extended battle, which is Essence abilities extends bombardments by 1 second, and divided power is as bombardments have a chance to generate an essence burst. Right? So we don't know anything about either of these things and how they work, but if for example, if divided power generates significant enough essence bursts, like if you get enough like for Arcane Vigor to be dropped, you may play that and you may drop Arcane Vigor instead of the other node, for example, and just get essence burst from this instead. Like the current, like basically this would be working like how the current tier set works in a way. But Extended Battle just says essence abilities extend bombardment by 1 second. And we don't quite know how bombardments works if you can get it to permanent uptime, but you may be able to get permanent uptime.
Yeah, and also
then
with it doing
permanent
the
uptime,
wing leader stuff,
yeah.
that just sounds more fun to
Yeah.
me. Like extended battle sounds infinitely more fun. The way I think of the other node is like I'm just going to be chaining my disintegrates like constantly if there's
Yep.
too much essence burst.
Yeah.
Back
pretty
to
much.
old Ive Infinity basically.
Yeah, I'm kind of like more of the extended battle wing leader, like make it just all work together and get like basically permanent bombardments running. I really hope these stack when you cast 2 empowers back to back.
Me
Otherwise
too.
it's awkward.
One thing about that
And
is
then- yeah.
they said that they don't want any of the hero talents to change like how you would play. Whenever we were talking about augmentation, this came up with another thing that also kind of was the same concept with empowers extending something, and they said that like because it would make you space out your empowers and they don't want you to have to change how you're playing, it's most likely that it would stack.
To be fair,
So hopefully that's
on
true.
The priest tree, they did also mention that they may some things may want you to cause. Sometimes they want you to play differently, but sometimes they don't. I think in the case of like the Chrono Warden tree, they don't want you to play differently. But in this case, they may. But 10 seconds just seems like too long for that. Like 10 seconds spacing out is just a really long time. Playing differently is fine for like things like melt armor.
Yeah.
And, like knows that incentivize you to play other abilities. But clearly that's making you play differently. But I think on bombardments, this would just be. It's just too long. It is just too long. 10 seconds is just too long.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 seconds is like the perfect amount of space out to make the rotation a bit more interesting. But 10 seconds would just cause too much interference. Especially if you take instead of battle and they're like 16 seconds long. Imagine having to space out your own powers by 16 seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
this entire cycle.
yeah, no. Especially like when the default behavior of
you wouldn't,
Empower is
right?
use them back to back.
Yeah.
It's like that's kind of fucked.
Yeah. But all in all, positive, I think. Like, quite positive. The damage is. It's just so truly dependent on this tree, right? Because it's like the deep breath damage itself, the bombardment's damage. Like, the main power of this is like in that. But also, Disintegrate does 75% more damage after you press an Empower. So, every single Empower you press is 0.75 disintegrates.
Hold
But
on.
it's not
Wouldn't it only
actually
be 50 though?
disintegrating.
Because it says they go back to it. It says it
Right.
causes to strike up to 3 targets. So your current target is one of those.
Right, it would only be 50. That's true. That is true. So you get an extra disintegrate for every pair, but you only get the disintegrate itself.
Yeah,
These
I calculate.
would work.
I looked at like a log, a 3-minute log, and it was like, if it stacks, right? If that's how it works,
Yeah.
it would have affected 20 disintegrates over a 3-minute period. And that
Oh,
same
that's
log,
fine.
they had cast like around 60 something disintegrates. So that was like, 50% increased damage on 20 of them. That's actually a pretty significant amount.
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it here. Like, so it's got 14.75 breaths and whatever, basically the same number of like attentive stages. So it's 30, right? So I've got a third of the number of disintegrate casts as these. Every 2 of those is like one of those. So that is just 1/6 of this. 1/6 of that is just 6% damage. So extremely naively, that is just 6% single target, I think. Pretty. Just
My
a note.
calculation, and this is assuming best case, right? So it's probably not true,
Yeah.
but I got around 9%.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But I will say, like in Cleave, this thing is gonna fucking cook. Like we're gonna be
It's gonna
insane
cook
at
so
3
hard.
targets.
It's just also not even just 3 targets, but like the disintegrate does so much more damage than the pyre does. Like this thing is the tooltip is wrong because it's missing a tick. It's like 400%, I think, from memory. And like I don't know what the auras are off the top of my head either. And then like there's a damage notes there and stuff. But this does like, Vol, do you remember the breakpoints for pyre versus disintegrate off the top of your head right now?
It's
4
like
target.
3 right now with volatility, and then like depending on charge blast, it's around 4.
That's kind of high. Like the disintegrate does damn.
Oh yeah, and you're gonna
Yeah,
get
it's
scintillation
really good.
procs like you said, like constantly. And like if you were to run charge blast too, I mean, you could just instantly juice your charge blasts.
You just be stacked instantly, yeah.
That's what I'm excited for, because in AoE, like I kind of like the idea of just like fucking blasting a disintegrate and then just alternating kind of between disintegrates and pyres. That's kind of sick.
I really want Eternity's ban.
Oh, yeah.
How do I get Eternity's
I
ban?
think like
Is it just-
one of the crazy parts about the mass disintegrate is like if it scales with causality as well, like you just
Yeah.
get so much CDR from that one hit.
Yeah, the causality thing, I actually hadn't considered at all, and that completely changes
Yeah.
my perspective on this tree. Because like that's so insane.
It's insane in AoE. Like
What do you think of my cook? Screw volatility.
Damn, no volatility. I mean, it doesn't even get buffed by charge blast, so fuck it, Volatility is cringe.
I'm also like, this might be a bit too cooked, but like maybe imminent destruction actually becomes comparable to power spell. The issue with it obviously is you always lose the 2 or 3 seconds of deep. Like this is really annoying because of that. Like you only get 7 seconds of the buff.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're only getting maybe 2 or 3 essence on a single target every time, whereas this is 1 essence per empower. So
I mean, you only get 7 seconds at the triggers after your land, right?
you're cutting out, well, like
Oh, it triggers at 10 seconds after your land, right?
did they fix that? It didn't used to. Do I have to log in?
Like, I haven't tried it in forever, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that's how it works.
It might do. It might do.
I'll
Oh, by
log
the
in
way,
and do it
that's-
real quick. I'll give you an answer in
Right,
just a
nice,
moment.
nice. That would help a lot, but like this doesn't used to be that great. On single target though, like it should still be pretty much the same amount of essence as power spell does. I think. The issue is always just that the deep breath also just sucked donkey dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because I'm not taking iridescence, because I can't take iridescence anymore, we might also be in a situation where we have like this as a tree, and all of a sudden the AoE on this is just absolutely absurd.
Okay, can confirm it's
It's-
after you land.
Well, that's really good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Like the AoE on this, like even though I don't have Feed the Flames or anything like that, I have one cost pyre. I can press infinite pyre. I just press infinite
Yeah.
pyres. Like you probably do like both your own powers, right? Both of the beams, then you're in a deep breath and just dunk pyres into the pyre until it dies.
Dude, okay. It's actually insane how this is making me completely flip how I think about deep breath, because I fucking hate deep breath. It is like the shittiest 2-minute cooldown.
It is so
This
shitty.
this hero talent is making me actually excited for deep breath, and I don't even know how that makes me feel on the inside, because that's just weird. I don't know how to take this in.
It's a weird world to be in. A really weird.
Just
world to
fucking
be in.
picking like Onyx Legacy, lay waste. Like what the imminent destruction? What is going on?
What a world to be. I have to do some serious APL cooking with that word later, but like, I can probably do a bit of stuff. Like bombardments is the thing that I don't know how it's gonna work, so I'm gonna have to make that.
Mhm.
Fucked. But I can very easily just double the damage on deep breath and see what happens, stuff like that. Like, which is I think a fair assumption.
Yeah, I think the deep breath one is a fair assumption. From bombardments, like who the fuck knows? But I don't know. I mean, like you could just implement it as like a 1 damage and then, you know, just change it like later, because then at least you'd get
Yeah.
the tie-ins for how it's going to affect the gameplay.
Yeah. Oh, burnout is about as good as iridescence. Okay. But I really don't want to drop burnout. because of
Yeah.
The whole living flame.
It feels
Yeah.
bad. It just feels really bad. I mean, even though you'll get one for free anyways with the hero talent per pull, but still, that's
Yeah.
that's not enough.
But to be fair, maybe you can just have like that as a tree as well. Like, it's just awkward. I don't know. I don't like not having the instance. The instance is just so much quality of life, because you need to be able to hover and everything as well. Like
It's also insane for saving your life too. Like there's cases where you'll just die if you don't have like an instant living flame to heal yourself with.
That's also true.
yeah. Although one thing is like if you don't have the engulfing, the living flames are quite a lot less GCD efficient compared to like normal. But at the same time, this is like an AoE build. On single target, you probably take it back again. But I mean, the tree seems potentially like it's going to be relatively locked again with the similar choice nodes that you take on single target to AoE. You just pick both of those nodes out and put them over there. And I don't know what you do with lay waste. It probably stays in lay waste actually. It probably just stays in lay waste.
Oh, also, I think oh, never mind. No, it wouldn't affect it. You'll definitely get more catalyzed damage from Mass Disintegrate, but you won't get any more burnout procs. Unfortunately.
Yeah, you don't get burnout rocks because it has the cooldown.
Yeah, the ICD on it. But catalyze will be way stronger, and that's already a really strong talent, so.
Also true.
Yeah, like this seems fine on single target. Like it just pretty much just seems fine on single target, but it seems like a complete monster on AoE.
Yeah.
Like a complete monster.
I mean, or
is-
just like anytime there's like ads that are spawning too, because like think about it, you have bosses that spawn ads kind of like every 30 seconds. It's like, okay, the ads are coming out, you naturally want to use your empowers on those ads. That's just like how Evoker plays, and then you're just fucking instantly blasting with Mass Disintegrates.
You hit you're gonna have a deep breath and mass disintegrates on every single ad wave.
Oh, that's
On
true.
your single target build. On
No,
your
no,
single
guys,
target
I'm
build.
actually changing my mind about this spec. It's actually
kind of cracked.
this thing is actually cracked.
Like, this makes
It takes a little
devastation,
thinking
like,
about it though to figure it out, but it is
absurd,
cracked.
potentially even in raids, and like a lot of fights, like especially like think like this tier, like the spec is already really good on Farak, like really, not very fair. Like on
My first
on
impression
Tinder,
is that
right?
it
It's
sucked, but
really good on Tinder
going further
for
in,
breaking the roots.
no, this shit is
And
cracked.
this just
I'm
breaks
telling you right
roots
now.
even harder. For example, you might. I mean, you can't have a deep breath on every single one of them, but you can. And the beams aren't that effective on the ads. But your spec is already good. Like this actually more shows up the weaknesses on Firak than it does on Tindril. I think
Mhm.
about it more. Like, especially the Goliath damage. It's 2 targets damage. You're just gonna be able to kill them. And those are actually spaced out enough that you'll be able to guaranteed deep breath on all of them. Like guaranteed.
Another thing that's insane to consider for Mythic Plus as well is the fact that you can use a stun so frequently.
Yeah.
Like deep breath stun is going to be insane.
Oh yeah.
Also, I forgot about this. Tailwind's over there. Whenever you deep breath, you get a hover back.
Oh, true.
Like, that's really nice. If you press 3 deep breaths every 2 minutes, that's a pretty sizable increase to the uptime on hover.
That's actually really not good for Deva, come to think about it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, obviously, there's the damage taken from area of attack, which is potentially going to be required on some key levels, potentially. But in raids, you won't actually need that.
Yeah.
You don't need that in raid.
Deva
take
is like
Tailwinds.
really tanky right now.
You're so tanky. And like this,
Yeah.
I mean, having 3 extra hovers per minute, holy fuck, that would be a game changer in single target. In
3,
AoE, that's not.
It's 2 minutes, yeah.
In like Mythic Plus, it won't really. I feel like it won't really feel that different because a lot of our casts are instant. But if we're doing mass disintegrates, then that kind of changes things, right? So that's actually really
Yeah,
nice.
it does. But at the same time, 10% area damage in keys is a key
Pretty
level.
big. Yeah,
It's
that's
a key level.
yeah.
A pretty high uptime on it as well.
Oh yeah, super high uptime.
And then you've got 5% scales over there. Like, holy moly. This like, the thing that seems weird about this to me is Ruby Adept seems like it should be the one that's AoE. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect with this tree, but I knew mass disintegrate was probably gonna be something that was included. I'm surprised by the emphasis on deep breath, but hey, if they make it a real ability, I'm down. Sounds good to
It
me.
is the only black spell. It kind of makes sense. It is the only fair black spell.
Yeah, is this so? Like, how much is this gonna? I mean, obviously, Aug, we like it's very much in the air. Think about Chrono Warden versus this for augmentation.
Yeah.
There's so many nice things in the Chrono Warden tree that I feel like we're kind of a lock in. Now I'm like, not sure, because the like Wing Leader, right? Like you're reducing the cooldown. You're like Breath of Aeons. Like unless you can reach a point where it's like still matching up with cooldowns, probably not really any. It doesn't probably matter at all then, unless you can get it down to like 1.5 minute or 1 minute.
Sorry, back again. Sorry, I was just like trying to find the Chrono Warden tree quickly.
Oh, I was just saying, like, cooldown reduction on Breath of Aeons, like, unless
Right,
you can get
yes.
it down to a point where it's an increment of 30 seconds, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, no, this tree, the cooldown reduction doesn't do as much on Org for sure. But then again, you do already have a slightly reduced cooldown, and there's also time skip to factor in.
Yeah,
Like, this
true.
could actually push some time skip timings. But I just opened up the Chrono Warden tree to remind myself again. But the Chrono Warden tree just has a lot of stuff on it that's really, really powerful. With the temporal burst,
Yeah,
Fate of Fate,
the blink,
Master's
dude. Oh my
Destiny
god.
line, the blink as well. And instability matrix causes your damage like just desync generally from what you're buffing, and it just means like Chrono Warden has the potential to just like make Org more fire-end to get, and less care about perfect timings. It's got a bunch of nodes that just give you more what you can currently already do than the middle power nodes, just kind of randomly targeted based on just doing your rotation. And then this ability matrix just means that you don't have to care about timing your breaths and stuff like the fire breath, the damage of players, because you just can't anymore. But then there's this tree. Like they could also just play Scalecommander, which has a lot of personal damage in it, like a heavy amount of personal damage.
Yeah.
And also stuff like the
10% more damage.
That is just 10% more damage. For Orc. And bombardment should. This should probably be black spell. I don't know whether it will actually work with it because it might not work with it. But bombardment might be flagged as a black spell and might get the increase from Black Dragonflight. We'll see that when we get the spell data and stuff.
Yeah, volcanic damage is black, I think there's a pretty good chance it's probably flagged.
Same for the moon ability. I mean, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter, right? Because this is going to be taken into the fact that of the tuning, because you're always going to have them all. But just It's a thing. I'm trying to remember what everything has. But yeah, I can't quite tell you exactly what will be better between Chrono Warden and this. The Chrono Warden tree does like 10% of its damage just via the nodes in the middle with the Threads of Fate and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, those nodes are just 10%. And then the rest of the nodes like do add up to a reasonable amount. Like there still is a chance that Dev just plays this tree. Even though it gets less, like, or plays this tree and even though it gets less from it, just because like this tree has a lot of damage potentially, like just a lot of damage. It doesn't get the thing that the causality does. It doesn't get that. It's gonna get like the eruptions are gonna hit things, but hitting them doesn't matter. It's the cast that matters for Hog. So they don't get insane even my uptime from it. But like the meat of this tree may just be more damage with Grand Warden.
Yeah, but it might
Just
be like really
because-
good for M plus because you get more you get more personal damage, and like reducing the cooldown on breath
Yeah.
and there might be more important because like you're not
Mhm.
really hitting cooldowns on cooldown as much in keys because of delays.
Yeah.
So they might just line up more.
And also you don't get the same thing with Threads of Fate where you get to hit like half your raid with Threads of Fate at the same time. Which is a lot of the power in that. There's
Yeah.
definitely for Mythic Plus. Like also like this is a pure AoE, right? Like the Eons thing is pure AoE. And the rest of the breath, it's just gonna burn every target that you walk through. So that should be a lot of damn for Eons. Like Org might just play this as well. Just because Chrono Warden is a bit I mean Chrono Warden's good. Like it's good.
I mainly liked it for like the quality of life stuff, like like you're saying with the
The blink.
buffs, and mainly the blink. Like the blink just sounds
Like, it's-
so nice.
I agree. But like obviously the big concern with this tree, so not a concern per se, but like the big thing about this tree is melt armor doesn't really do anything for Borg. It doesn't really do anything. Like this is one of the semi big nodes for dev, but it doesn't do anything for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what's your essence damage? Maybe bombardments actually does something, but yeah, a lot of question marks on that one for sure.
I mean Org's essence damage is like 40% of its damage or something. But it's not like of its overall damage budget like disintegrators. Yeah, we don't know how this is going to work.
I
out,
think
but
the most critical part of this entire tree is how the steering on deep breath works. Because if it feels bad, then all the hype dies. But if it's like how I'm imagining it, it would be hard for them to fuck it up. I feel like, as long as you're not having to use a reticle, I think we're in good territory. But if there's a reticle involved, I'm a little suspicious.
I just want to get out of the reticle hell. Like that,
Yeah,
that's
get me out of
just-
reticle
it's
hell.
Yeah.
Just make it push me forward. Like the way I'm facing. Like why is that so hard? Just like make my guy go forward. Simple.
Oh, yo, we're still talking shit? Let's go.
We are.
Yeah, we
Okay.
fucking hate
Yeah,
deep
no,
breath. But maybe it's saved. Like deep breath might actually be saved.
I mean, maneuverability is a cool thing, but maybe.
But how does it work?
Yeah, how does it work? The first thing I want to know is does causality proc on each beam? That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
That
that's big. Causality, scintillation. I mean, shit.
Oh,
We were talking about charge blast with it too, you know, because if the beams go out, you got three
Oh, yeah.
targets and
That's
they're
what's
all
back.
cooking.
real fast.
Instantly charge charge blast. That's the one. I always get it confused with the other talent because they change the name so many times.
How many stacks of is that in total? Let me think. So it's 12.
It'd be 12 stacks without assimilation proc on average. You're probably gonna get 16, I think.
Yeah. You do 12 ticks, right?
Yes, 12 ticks. And each one is gonna hit 2 targets, right? Because assimilation hits 2 targets.
Yeah, this is basically 15.6, 16. Like 16 stacks.
You're getting 15.6 right on average.
That's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Okay, now we
That's
just
basically
need them
pressing
to
the fire.
fix. They need to delete Firestorm and the talent beneath it. Replace that with
What do
something
you mean, man?
cool.
It's a Ruby edit. This is gonna be the Firestorm tree. And it's
Oh
gonna
my
be
god.
Shut up!
Oh my god. Okay, you're probably not wrong though, to be honest. That seems
The
like a
thing-
Ruby spell, you know?
Well, the thing is, like, Ruby Edit has to work with inclusively with preservation, right? So
What would the preservation equivalent be?
there isn't one, I don't think.
I actually just worked it out. Ruby Adept is just the pres tree. Because Chrono Warden kind of... I mean, actually, Chrono Warden was really good for pres because it just does so much stuff on pres with like, the intelligence stuff. That could just be the pres tree.
Yeah.
Think
I
about
mean,
it.
Honestly, I don't want to play anything that isn't mass disintegrate.
yeah. The Scalecommander is looking pretty. It's funny. My first impression of this tree was like really bad, and then I started reading and started thinking a little bit harder, and I was like, wait a second, this shit's fucking lit. But also,
Yeah.
it all depends on Deep Breath. Like everything hinges on that ability.
It already
there's a lot
feels
of
so
things.
bad to use.
Yeah, it's really like the top is cool and the rest like kind of doesn't matter because the top is so cool. Mel Almer does scare me, as well as Wing Leader.
Yeah,
Also,
the
there's, like, a
doing more deep
reasonable-
breaths.
If there's a reasonable proc rate in AoE and like all your allies are doing it, like imagine you doing like 4 or 5 deep breaths in a pack.
That's a bit many. That's a bit many.
It is. Well, if it procs enough, right? Like, if you have like 4 people in your party and each of them proc, like you're already down to 48 seconds after you're doing your deep breath.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't take a lot.
I was just calling it 40 seconds in my head. I'm just calling it 40 seconds.
I think that's probably yeah. Okay, it
That
really
might be a bit much on single target's the only thing.
yeah.
I mean, if
The
you're
whole
locked
scaling
in,
up.
if you're locked into like a 3-second deep breath every time, I mean, even at 40 seconds, that's a pretty considerable amount of time in combat that you're flying around as a deep breath. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
like that's like 10%, a little less than 10% of the time you'd just be deep breathing in that case. Not that I'm against
Yeah.
that. I mean, I really hope the controls are good.
But that yeah, again, that's really what it.
Actually, that brings up a point. I think I don't want Wing Leader to scale with a target struck anymore at all. I don't want to do that. This tree already literally like goes on like so hard on AoE that I think this can just not. As noted specifically, it would mean it's a bit more predictable the amount of cooldown reduction you're gonna get.
Yeah.
And
Also, like, it gives you more time to do the other cool shit, because the cool shit's doing mass disintegrate. If you're just deep breathing the whole time, then, I mean, shit, it's like empowers are going to take up a good bit too. Between that and deep breaths, like, man, it's going to feel like there's a lot of competition for every global that you're pressing.
I think that's kind of fine though, like because you're still gonna get all your mass disintegrates.
I'm the last avatar.
Oh, all right.
people are weird.
That was a thing to come in and say. I think if we're pre-perfing a lot.
What the fuck was that?
Kind of lit.
Was that the move speed stuff?
Bottom right on the hero types.
Yeah, it's the free hover one.
Yeah, you get a free.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
we mentioned that. That's gonna be a lot of hovers. That's actually gonna be really nice for dev.
Now if they can just find a technology to let us cast in power spells while hovering.
Impossible.
That would be great.
What could have
But
been?
yeah, while you were gone, I cooked up this for AoE. Then,
Hold up. Let's see.
well,
Oh, he still has the fucking digger. Let's go. Oh no, there's imminent destruction.
Yeah, dude. Yes.
into the cook. It's pretty cool.
I don't know, man. I think that might be burnt.
But like, this should be basically the same power as Power Swell. To be
Yeah.
completely honest,
Power L is still not very good. That's true.
like Power Swell is just one essence every time you press into power. And if
Yeah.
you press, 6 in power. Wait, is it 6 in powers?
Is it not?
Yeah,
It's
6
slightly
powers a
less-
minute.
It's like slightly
Sorry?
less than an essence, right?
It was kind
Yeah,
of just
you
like the
want it-
stepping stone too, the iridescence. So I feel like, yeah, fuck
Yeah.
Power Salt, get it away from me.
Yeah,
It
power-
was 2.6% to remove.
Oh, that,
Power
yeah.
Swell.
Well, just power spell.
Yeah, just Power Swell is 2.6.
That shocks me, actually.
It could be APL issues because I think the APL does play around Power Swell a little, and it might not play as perfectly without Power Swell. Because I mean, the builds that we've mainly optimized the tree for, at least Vol's mainly optimized the tree for lately, because I haven't been touching it as much, is all the iridescent standard stuff that you play right now. so it might just not be playing perfectly. Especially because I've taken like that one was removing power as well, but it's keeping iridescence. So
It really sucks in my mind that you're playing an AoE build without mana. That's rough.
we have charge blast.
I know. I was still like, oh, I miss it.
Yeah, who needs volatility when you have twice as much damage every pyre anyways, because Charge Blast is going to instantly fill.
Like you're gonna press disintegrate, pyre, empower, press the other empower, disintegrate, pyre, press the other power.
You're not
Like-
pressing pyre as many times. Yeah, that's true.
Like volatility is still really good with causality, but like the rotation is now very competitive. And I've just put the point in lay waste just because it works on both single target and AoE now, and it seemed better than a casual point in Vola. But
It's also like in the first two empowers you cast, if it works, you're getting 12 seconds off the first fire breath.
Yep. Yeah.
Before you do anything else. Plus the
Oh, that's another thing. I really wanted to stack just for quality of life, so you can have 2 charges of the thing ready.
I do as well. I think that's better.
I hope that you can have 2 stacks of Master Up.
Yeah,
That's
big
great.
time.
Just it makes the rotation flow. So much
They
better.
have to consider that sort of thing. That'd be the if they don't, that's definitely feedback we need to instantly put in because. Okay. Oh, you know what though? There is one kind of like annoying thing about this is with the vastly increased amount of empowers we would do if it works with causality. That is like a lot more time we're stuck to the ground and can't hover, like a fuckload more percentage of time.
It's fine because you might just be ripping like really low, like rank. You'll probably just be ripping like rank 1 empowers. To be honest with you.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Like maybe fire breaths you're gonna up rank them just because leaping flames and all the other stuff you'll up rank them fire breaths, but
Yeah. Well,
So,
also 50% increased damage on living flame is like pretty big with leaping flames and Scarlet Adaptation and all that shit.
But I don't really see myself up ranking the Eternity Social that often, to be honest with you. Like just the time cost it maybe outweighs the power of the damage on it, especially if you have more than 8 targets. Like, maybe on 8 targets you press it.
Well, right now it actually is just using it rank 1, like in Dragon Rage at least, in like many of those cases. Like 8 targets, it's doing rank 1.
I'm pretty sure it's like around 8 targets.
It's 5.
It's rank 1.
Yeah, 5 targets it does rank 1 in Dragon Rage, and anything above the max it also does rank 1, I believe.
Makes sense.
But Vol, I
It
think you wrote that,
takes so
so
much
you
time.
probably know
Yeah.
more than I do.
Simply
The
not
other
worth
way
up ranking.
to up ranking fire breath is also if you're getting more CDR, you're naturally having a higher time on the dot anyway.
Yep.
Oh, dude,
That's true.
Catalyze now you on all those targets.
Yeah, dude, that's what I was saying.
Oh,
If only it worked with burnout. Just be like full burnouts, dude, all the time.
yeah, we're getting that one burnout when you enter combat, dude. Come on.
Yeah,
Did they
one
ever
free
fix
burnout.
Did they ever fix the global ICD on this thing? I can't remember.
No, they didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think this is burn. Also, the other thing about taking imminent destruction is imagine doing both of your own powers on an AoE pack, and then you press deep breath and you just press 1 cost pyres back to back until it dies. Like, so that pack is dead, man. That pack is just dead. And it works on single. But it's like, it is actually so much better for pyre just because of the flat cost reduction when you already have a flat cost reduction.
Well, yeah, it's because it's 50% versus 43.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's a world where you just always take this talent with this tree if you're picking up Onyx Legacy. Because it might just be better in single target too, given that it increases the damage done.
Just wondering if you have the action economy to be able to run ID in AoE. Like whenever you use an empower, you have to use your disintegrate. If you
yeah.
shit ton of CDR on your empowers, and like if you then run this, like then you get, yeah, sure, you have cheaper pyres, but you throw out like a few where you don't really get enough savings, and then you already have to use an empower again, and then you get plenty of CDR. So it might not even be able to save you enough in that time.
What's your other point though? If I take it out, what am I putting that in?
One solution, just fucking a huge amount of haste. Just like get the stupidest amount of haste.
Yeah, you might actually just do Thunder Magic, right? Because you're casting so many more empowers.
That's great.
20%, dude.
Oh, that's
20%.
true.
Oh, that is cringe.
I think it may end up being potentially slightly better on AoE, but
Surely at
non-single.
that point you're taking power.
Yeah, it's AoE I'm talking about.
They're like it has to be imminent or power.
But there isn't any pure AoE in the game, and plus is hybrid. Like it is single and AoE at the same time.
I
It's just-
refuse to believe in the fun of magic idea that there's.
If
no-
you're doing quantum magic, you need to at least take Ever Burning Flame to go full cook. Please at least take the full cook. Rank 4 Fire Breath every time.
Ugh. Don't put that evil on me.
That'll be great.
That's how you die in keys right there.
That's how you die.
It's all
Oh
like-
god, the threat from rank 4 Fire. Oh.
Dude,
Rank
think
4
about
Fire
the
Breath?
living flames, dude. The leaping flames with the 50% increase. Juice it with the Scarlet Adaptation every single fucking time.
You're also gonna have like the mass disintegrate. Like you're gonna have a charge blast fire, mass disintegrate, the rank 4 fire breath, the deep breath, which has extra damage on it because of the bottom node, and like you just press AoE taunt. It's over. It's over.
Yeah, and that's every pull. So it's
Okay, so here's the tech, right? So we run the Sun Talent, right? We run
Yeah, Terra.
We're on Terror of the Skies, and since our hover resets when we deep breath, we will always be in a position where we can run away after we pull the entire back onto us.
Oh god. Hey, that means Devastation is now a tank defensive in keys. You will automatically taunt the pack for like 10 seconds on pull.
The first 10 seconds it's on you.
It's season 1 gaming again.
Oh yeah.
okay. For real though, they actually do need to do something about our threat. Like for real, they cannot ignore it for the entire next expansion too. I refuse to believe that.
All right, here's my tech: remove Ancient Flame, put in Timelessness.
Well, we also need
Thank
Spatial
you.
Paradox to be moved, so that one's got to
I'll
be.
just remove Spatial Paradox. So
Yeah. True. Actually, just fucking delete that shit.
Yeah, get that out of here.
Replace every node on the talent tree on the class tree with Spatial Paradox. The class is solved.
You're nothing but Spatial Paradoxes. You don't even have
You-
rotation.
I mean, you could totally get rid of the recall shit. Like that is just such a bait
Yeah.
talent. Just delete that talent right there. Put something else there.
No, actually,
Yo.
I have a really good solution for recall.
Moving
have-
ability.
No, just change it so instead of what it does now, it's like, oh, fucking Phantom Dragon does your Tweeper for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be so much better.
Which they will never do because now we have the maneuverability shit, right?
Yeah, they'll never do that.
Yeah.
But that would also just be Frost DK sending out their dragon. So I feel like that's already.
Completely happy with that solution. Thank you. Whatever, just so I don't have to pilot that thing.
Just
I
delete.
love it.
We need that talent to just be like some sort of threat reduction thing. He even has a good icon for it already. You know,
Yeah.
just have it be like basically a mirror image. You put the lore of it is you put the aggro in a different timeline, so this other evoker is getting the aggro. Yeah, there you go. Easy fix.
Yeah, put it on somebody else. Actually, you can put it on the tank. Just why don't we have a misdirect?
Yeah, I mean, every class that has a misdirect just doesn't even take it this tier anyway, so they don't appreciate them. We need one.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so crazy that rogues don't even take tricks. Hunters don't. Well, obviously BM doesn't do shit, but like they don't take misdirect either. But like we would fucking kill for an ability like this. Like Devastation having the misdirect would actually be the craziest shit because you do tank threat, so you're just doubling the tank's threat.
We would kill like the pack kills us for attack reduction talent
Yeah.
or misdirect. Yeah.
So I just thought of a new cook for the trees. The
Ugh.
first node is Obsidian.
I'll be right back. One
Scales.
second.
First node is Obsidian Scales. Then the next node is 0 out of 28 in Kindled. Then the next node is Spatial Paradox.
Hell yeah. Finally, it's free worth looking at. I really hope something I would like already for the Scalecommander tree is the thing in combat. I would like there to be a grace period after you
Yes.
leave combat for it
Oh yeah.
for keys. Because the idea that you have to stay in combat the entire key is not great.
I mean, that's kind of the same experience you have with the current tier set, right? Like, you never want to leave combat once you press
And the
Dragon
current
Rage.
system sucks. Thank you.
It's fucking
But
terrible.
But what about your free burnout? Come on, man. What about your free burnout? Oh god, I just heard myself.
The free burnout is real nice. I do like that.
It came twice.
It's not that much damn, but it is nice.
Yeah, I appreciate it,
Really
but
good for keys, yeah.
I would much rather have 50% more damage on Living Flame permanently.
Yeah,
Same.
true. That is kind of good. I imagine Unrelated Siege does not work multiplicatively with Skull Adaptation. I imagine they're like separate parts of the equation.
I don't actually quite know how Scarlet works anymore because they tried to fix it at one point. But it still works with amplifiers, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Okay.
They changed it so that the cap didn't scale with the multipliers, but I think the damage is still passed through.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
okay.
correct. Yeah, it does empty damage. It's just it was scaling more than it should have before, but now it's
Yeah,
scaling
like-
normally.
Before it used to increase the cap and the damage, which
And
made
it's-
it scale twice.
It's also like a it's like done before the calculations for other increases. So like for instance, iridescence will affect the damage too. Like it'll increase it because those are multipliers afterwards.
Yeah.
So it's still like very, very strong, especially if you're buffing it by 50%.
Every time I see people talking about dropping Scarlet Agitation, I want to blow against
Yeah,
it.
no. Never drop that. That's a big mistake. It's like dropping Leaping
Oh.
Flames in single target. People are like, oh yeah, it doesn't do shit. And then it's like, oh, why is my damage 4% worse?
Yeah, shock with that.
The amount of I guess like the biggest thing for me too here with the AoE talents, super hyped for these, but my favorite part is that it's boosting something that we already kind of have a niche for, right? Like it kind of feels like in line with Devastation, because Devastation's biggest strength is having burst damage whenever ads spawn and just like having a lot of tools. It's one of those classes that doesn't have to give up much to have like AoE and single target, right?
Yep.
So like these all synergize with that idea, and it just like leans further into its strength. But again, if we don't have something to deal with threat, we are fucking dead. We're so dead. We're gonna have infinite threat every fucking time ads spawn, and we will be permanently on the ground unless they fix the threat issue.
Something as well is like we had like a 2-target niche early on. I think like with the Scalecommander, the 3-target niche is gonna be really, really good. For
Oh
us.
yeah, dude, our 3 target's gonna be fucking insane, especially if causality and scintillation work, especially scintillation. Like, oh my god, man, just like firing off infinite eternity surges. Oh,
And they're still gonna cleave. It's not like you need 6 targets for them to cleave after 3. No, it still works. They just cleave.
yeah.
I
gonna hit the-
dream of like the one cast you get at one point, right? Where all 3 of them proc sin on each tick.
And it's awesome because
Why?
we're also getting funnel, right? Like this is literally funnel if it works with scintillation, because with eternity span, like you're gonna have the other target bouncing the eternity surges to your main target. So we funnel, boys.
Yeah.
You do lose
Right.
those in amp though, but
Oh yeah, true. I guess. Oh yeah, that probably wouldn't make up for it then.
Just have one target, but I mean, what kind of
it means you're not losing anything at the very least. I
Yeah.
think.
Well, this is what a lot of Mythic Plus players call funnel. Even though it isn't funnel, they'll just be like, "Oh, I'm doing more damage. That equals funnel." Okay, yeah. So we'll
That is
just call it
pro.
funnel.
That is not funnel.
we'll use the false definition. Yeah, no, you're right. It's probably not funnel. Fuck. Almost got
Well,
it.
I mean, wing leader is. Wing leader is.
That's true.
But I don't quite want it to stay that way. But
Okay.
that's me.
Our survival issues
just
are
think
mainly
it's
threat issues right now.
unnecessary to be-
I think it is.
I
It
love
was actually really
being the same
tanky.
on all
I think
situations.
it is
In my
absolutely
opinion.
wild how fucking
Survival issues are
scary
almost
this
always
thing got on Mold Armor.
aggro issues. Right now we have major aggro
I think
issues.
this is still good for Orc though. I think that's actually genuinely still good for Orc.
I think it's looking for all. I think Melt Armor specifically fucking
Like
blows.
Aug has better defensives and
It
is
does
just
kind of
tankier
blow,
like generally, but Dev's
guess
not in that
depending
bad
on
of a position
how much
anymore.
more
It's actually
control,
pretty good.
Right, because that would
Yeah.
scale with your
You don't have a cheat that, but you're still insane.
Boost the bombardments. It's still really.
And the
hooked
increase on
from
Milt
just
Armors
general
or
dam.
Hardened Scales, Obsidian
Let's
Scales
treat
increase
it
is
to be
pretty
good.
big.
And also just maybe they don't want permanent bombardments, but maybe they like the Essence Burst more. I don't think so. I think I'd rather just have a standard battle because they don't really get anything from Essence Burst.
I just had a really cursed thought. Okay, Menacing Presence, right? Do you guys think that this is some dev's idea of a solution to our aggro issues?
Oh, wait,
It was
right?
knock 'em up.
Yeah, if you knock them up, they do less damage to you. Oh yeah, we fixed the aggro issues, right? Because like,
there is no universe where I'm not taking the Hardened Scales null content.
yeah, I know, right? Like Menacing Presence, I could see Menacing Presence being like okay if it was like it was everyone's
It was
damage taken,
everyone.
but since it's only you, I'm like, wait, is this actually for threat? Like, what the fuck is this?
This has to be for PvP, right? Because there's no other world where like knocking
Oh,
up or
yeah, that's
backwards.
like-
is
Yeah,
actually
it's definitely for
relevant.
PvP, but
Yeah, that's a good point.
But do they even play it in PvP? Because just 5% on scales is you press it when you trade. It's just potentially.
Yeah,
better.
well, I could see it for Aug and PvP, especially because you're like upheavaling them so much too, which is also a knock. So that
Right,
should have
yes,
pretty
those
big
are-
uptime.
Yeah, it's pretty good PvP then for Organ. But then you're playing Organ PvP.
Then you need to be burned at the stake.
Yeah.
I think let's just go for Aug in general.
Oh god, wait. This in PvP as well. They don't tune the mass disintegrate single target
Oh no.
because it's going to be a 50% amp to disin on someone, which already I think in PvP currently half someone's health, I think, or whatever.
Oh.
Oh no. Yo, wait, hold on. What's the range on this though? Is this just like anything that's within range of us? Because that's how I kind of read it, right? Like if anything that's within 25 yards?
I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
I'm just Monka shaking for PvP players right now when I think about it.
Monkey
Dude.
claws.
Just purposefully be exactly 25 yards from your target so it doesn't go anywhere else, and then just hit them with the GAT. 50%
Yeah,
more.
there's also,
later.
There's also the pressure of hitting like in 2v2 where you're hitting 2 targets and they're both taking 25% more from your dism.
I mean, shit. Like, yeah, if you have the talent, so you drop the essence burst on Shattering Star, and you hit the focusing iris yeet, dude. So you just have that increased window. So they're taking the increased damage there too. Both targets are taking what is it, 20%?
Yeah, 20%.
On top of the 50?
They can tune these for PvP. That is possible. But I'm just just thinking thinking a little.
They're 100% gonna forget it early on. There is no way they don't.
Okay, but like, this is actually sick. Now you're making me think of playing Devastation in Battlegrounds and having that mass disintegrate actually hit a bunch of people, dude.
Oh my
Like,
God.
You're just gonna kill 3 people.
imagine you get like 3 scintillation procs in a row for every target, all at the same time, and it's just like a explosion of Eternity Surges. That would look like how Deathlogs look right now in Arena against Demon Hunter, with all the glaives.
Oh, man.
Like you would just delete someone randomly. Especially if it happened while they're at full health, right? Because then you get the little mastery bonus too.
I mean, you're gonna have a bombardment proc on there as well. Some point.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The Deathlog is like 5 synths, like all the syntics, and then like 3 bombardments, and they just tilt. They're just done. They're out of here.
Yeah, and I
don't
mean,
know where did the bombardments come from? What do they look like?
and like Terror of the Skies too, like kill confirming in PvP is already so much about deep breath. Having so many more deep breaths and like building it around it, holy fuck, man. Because those deep breath talents, people already take those in PvP as Devastation.
Really?
Those are already locked in. Not imminent
Okay.
destruction, but like Onyx Legacy for sure.
Yeah,
Lay
you
Waste
might not
also.
put that in like you might not put that in PvP.
Yeah, but,
that
like,
might just be gone.
That's crazy. The kill confirming is going to be so much better, and like with the stun also, oh my god. Holy fuck. Dev is going to be a powerhouse in Battlegrounds. Like, it's going to be insane.
In PvP, maybe there's cook. Like, you don't technically need causality in PvP.
Yeah.
Like, just take the Irid, make him spank.
Make them suffer.
Just the fact that you can move your deep breath and with it stunning is already so insane for BGs too, because like that's
run up through them.
because you now they can't run from you, right? Unless they like have a blinker movement ability. Oh man.
And even if they have a blink, you can steer it the direction they blinked in at least. Like if they blink out stun.
Wait, how would this work with Divide and Conquer? Because that does line of sight, right?
Wait.
Divide and Conquer, the PvP talent, Deep Breath forms curtains of fire, preventing line of sight from enemies outside its walls, burning enemies. Bro, we have a smoke bomb.
Yo, hold up. What are we cooking?
So you hit the fucking arrow key while you're hitting your Deep Breath, right? You just make like a little circle. Oh my god. Oh man, I have so many questions about how this is gonna work.
Huh. Today I learned.
Today I learned.
Dude, okay, but that is insane with Divine Conquer. Like, that's...
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Huh.
And then you're gonna see a Chrono Warden just blink out of it, and you're like, well...
Yeah. I mean, Blinks obviously will still... That's why you gotta get them, like, you gotta start it on top of them. That way you instantly stun them. So they can't, like, unless they have, like, a way to get out of blink, or stun, they're, like, locked in.
I think that, like, the fly up animation is reactable. It's not that fast.
Yeah.
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 This is so cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Evoker. I'm actually...
Bro, I'm excited.
Okay, the more I look at it, the more I'm getting hyped up on Scalecommander.
The thing is, like, this doesn't actually have, like... a number on it that scales for PvP either, right? It doesn't have like like dealing 100% of the damage or whatever they normally say on them. It's missing the scaler for the other descents. Might have one in the back of the thing.
I
That
can't wait
sounds fun.
for people to make like memes of like Ride of the Valkyries with the
Also,
animation. Oh, yeah,
this
hopefully
doesn't.
it's really good.
Oh wait, this doesn't increase the healing on Living Flame, the Unrelenting Siege.
Yo, what's up, Shadows?
I don't know. At
It
least-
doesn't.
Yeah, just
Does
increased
not boost the
damage.
healing. I was just thinking because of like in PvP, that's going to ramp up within the first minute. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it would also be nice in raid to be able to sometimes, because you sometimes shoot yourself. But also the healing cleaves. They are a thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Maybe it should affect the healing. But I don't know. I mean,
Man.
it seems better than expected. I'm gonna be honest, way better than expected.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
no
I'm
range
excited to read that
increase, which I was hoping for the most, even though that was a long shot. But hey, man,
That's baseline, don't worry.
If-
That's baseline trust.
if they can just make us have Deep Breath not be shit to play, like that actually sounds hype. Because that ability could be really cool. It's just not cool because it sucks to use. But
It has a hype animation. It's just you press it, then you see the respawn keybind. It's just weird.
it's just an yeah, exactly.
Really spirit.
I just hate the moment you have in your mind where you're thinking about deep breathing and like it's like a flashback of all the times that you've been killed during your deep breath, and then you just choose not to press it, right?
Yeah.
It's like you
Okay,
see your
but
whole
then
life
you-
go before your eyes.
But then you like, okay, but this actually is the time. I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press it. Then you press it, and it doesn't go off. And you spam click it like 5 or 6 more times, and it still doesn't go off. Then you walk backwards a little bit. You walk back to the left, walk back to the right, keep walking around. By the time you finally got the ability to go off, it's like 3 GCDs later.
Yeah.
And it goes to an AoE and you die.
Yeah, you give the mouse a little fucking jiggle, see if it likes that. Nope, no jiggle. Okay, well, I guess we're not doing that.
Stretch time baseline. Cool.
Reticle needs to die. It actually needs to go.
Wait, what needs to go?
The targeting reticle, just let me charge. Just let me
Yeah, yeah,
charge.
just send me forward. I don't want to
Yeah,
fucking.
so the new ability is just like it removes the reticle and you can just
Yes, that's what we're hoping for. If it's not that, disaster.
cringe.
Well,
Actual
what else would it
disaster.
even be?
We don't want to speak about this. They might do it.
Don't speak it into existence.
Yeah, I think it's like overall good. It's
Pretty good. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't have actually that many complaints about anything on this tree. Like, because even the boring nodes are fine. I mean, the worst one is the Might of the Black Dragonfly, but that's just there because Org exists, basically. That's there to
do you not
boost
think
Org.
like for damage? Do you not think onslaught is worse?
Like, yeah, Org gets a bit worse out of this, but like, they can also just increase the Might of the Black Dragonfly to like 30% to fix it Org at the same time, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And,
No, I just mean
Org
like
change it.
onslaught, right? Is that not the worst element like in the whole tree?
Which one?
Onslaught, the one that gives you 1 burnout.
In Mythic Plus, it's
I
like
mean,
probably
Yeah,
okay.
that's good, yeah.
Pretty like fine, honestly.
But yeah,
Yes.
in raid, it's literally
One.
like it's irrelevant in raid.
Everyone gets one.
It guarantees that you're the first one you press.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, you're
Yeah,
right. Because
Dragon
like,
It
there's
is
this
pretty good
annoying
for
thing
your
where
first
like
one, yeah.
there's this really annoying thing where you use Dragon Rage and you don't get a burnout until your second Fire Breath, and then you like have to do a hard cast to get your Leaping Flames out. So that would actually prevent that, which is kind of nice. So no more bad RNG pulls at the start. No more
It is
tilters.
just quality of life, right? It's just quality of life in the raid. But then like
Mhm.
M plus is actually potentially quite good. Well, not quite good, but it's mainly quality of life everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
They-
so much power in this tree already too that like it doesn't need to be strong.
No, it doesn't. Like maybe they could have said entering combat or casting Dragon Rage, but at the same time, it just doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. It'd just be nice. Because in raid, it really doesn't do anything after the pull, which is the only feedback on it. But it's not. Maybe it's just not meant for raid.
Mm-hmm.
And with everything else on the tree, that's fine. It is just fine. The quality of life and pull is. It's probably 0.3% damage by itself, honestly. I mean, You can test it by just simming with a. Well,
Just
XP
giving it
right
one
now.
extra burning
Yeah.
flame proc, basically. On the pole.
I can literally just sim that.
Interesting that onslaught's not in Ruby Adept though. I figured all the living flame stuff would be there.
Yeah, no, you're getting Firestorm there, and
Yeah.
and Fire Breath. Oh, they're definitely gonna make Fire Breath do something big for Ruby Adept, 100%.
What if when you cast Fire Breath, 4 targets around you get a buff based on your intellect?
No.
I'm thinking it's just gonna be like a juiced up version of Fire Breath. Because like this one has to deal with improving your spenders, like your essence abilities using empower spells. I think for Ruby Adept it'll probably be something that's just your empowers are better. That's also what they did with Chrono Warden too, so I think it's pretty likely they do that.
I wouldn't mind that though.
Yeah.
Yo, 0.2%.
Let's go. My guess was 0.1%, so that's good.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be very.
Yeah, makes sense. Just makes it a little bit more consistent in the start.
It's pretty whatever, but like, yeah, we take those.
It even though it's only 0.2, like it'll feel like a 1, you know, because you won't be annoyed by not getting your proc on the pole.
The
'Cause
quality of life is just
that's a tilter, you know. You do your spindle, you do your dragon rage, you do your fire breath, and then you're just like, okay, where's the burnout proc? Where the fuck is the burnout proc? Come on. Especially on Tendril, because you have to like move right away, right? Because the fucking fire beams. And you're just like, come on, give me the fucking burnout. But yeah, that's gonna be really nice, I think, even though it's just a 1.
No, it's just kind of a bit more than I expected, kind of, but not. We take those.
We do take those. Literally, we have to take those.
You take every tree node. I mean, on the tree. Actually, it's not. They don't take every node. The choice node.
Yeah, the hardened scales. Well, it's obviously gonna be hardened scales for like most everything. It's probably gonna be tailwinds for raid and nimble flyer for mythic plus high keys, and then we don't know anything about bombardment, so all we can do is just guess.
Yeah, that's right.
But personally, I feel like it's just going to be dependent on like how much your natural essence burst generation is, because that diverted power may just like completely be irrelevant if you already have so much essence. Like if you're just already overcapped like current tier bonus.
I think the idea of having like fucking Titanic on every single cast is pretty cool.
Also, imminent destruction could definitely make that worse too, because like it would just reduce costs anyways.
Yeah, I'm gonna think. How do I cook Snapfire for a single target build?
You don't.
How many points would this take? What? What? How do you take this?
Dude, that was actually. I mean, there was a build in beta. We played that shit single target. Like we were just full Firestorm gaming. And that it was so cursed too, because like the tank has to move the boss, and you're just like so mad every time.
Yeah. I was just trying to think. There's like we have this floaty point, right? I'm like, oh, there's this capstone here that's like. Usually these are pretty good because they're just leading off an ability like these ones, and it is pretty good. But how do I get to here? How?
Stop! You do not get there.
I mean, that's
You're in the desert. You're out of gas. There is nothing around you. Stop.
That's like the age-old problem, right? Like, there's no connection from volatility to Firestorm for some god awful reason. I think it's symmetry. They want to keep it symmetrical. I'm pretty sure that's why, even though it's not even perfectly symmetrical.
But what if I dig down and I find some oil? Surely I can start going again.
No, you won't find oil. There's nothing but sand and misery. Stop.
I do love the Onyx cook though. That's lit.
I mean, we have to, right? Because you kind of have to.
You have to, yeah, of course.
It's a very easy cook.
I want to cook quick cook. The one that's kind of baked is this one. We like the bake though. I don't think there is really that many other options that you can remove, because you can't remove Spellweaver's dominance. I mean, oh yeah, they can't remove that one, right? So it would be like you could play that instead with the other thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean, but then you lose burnouts.
Yeah, it's like causality is never getting dropped in you know any sort of PvE content. You're never dropping scintillation. Those two are locked in. So really, we don't really have much options here.
No.
We're like giga locked in.
You're also
maybe in...
you could I mean, like you were saying before with the essence generation, you could drop the Shattering Star. Was it Arcane Vigor?
Yeah, you could potentially.
You might drop
get
the-
a lot. But at the same time, if we have a lot, then we can just take a center battle instead. Right? We don't
Mhm.
have to take diverted power.
A world where Arcane Vigor is not taken is one I have a hard time envisioning. That talent is so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of our essence, but who knows? Maybe bombardments will just be kind of weak and irrelevant.
Maybe they will. I
That'd
kind
be
of
kinda
hope
weird
they will
though.
be
If
kind
the
of weird.
like the whole meme of the hero tree was irrelevant.
Well, I'm just a happy camper getting my masters, and that's really where we're at.
It really is weird the wording on this though, because it's like you and your allies have a chance to trigger on bombardment, but then they also
I
have
imagine-
bombardments plural, so that means like probably everyone's reduced cooldown reduction.
Yeah. Well, you don't know how this works.
Like group CDR, like
I Wait, what do you mean by group CDRs?
like okay,
Team
so
leader.
or ICD group ICD, because like
Oh, right, okay, yeah, okay, that's what.
I'm assuming there's going to be like it's probably RPPM or something, right? Or I mean, they may
Yeah.
go flat percentage. It's
Or
entirely
flat percentage
possible.
with an ICD. That's the other chance, right?
Mhm.
Like flat percentage ICD, whatever that would be. I don't know how quickly.
Yeah.
But
I
it
know
says,
probably would be a global ICD. Like the number of bombardments would just be globally ICD locked.
but what I find is weird with it is it doesn't specify how many allies. It just says you and your allies. So like, could this be like
That's
me
the
and
entire
fucking
raid.
39 other people? Like, what are we talking here? Because that's a big difference, right?
I mean, it depends. If it's RPPM, no. If it's a flat chance with an ICD, more people increases the chance that you cap it.
Right,
on the
right,
ICD.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is definitely very open to interpretation right now until we get more info. Is there anything else that works like that where it's like the entire raid has a chance to proc something, but it's in ICD?
Is the paladin thing a chance to proc, or is that guaranteed?
Which
Where they,
thing?
like,
When
heal
people die?
judgment? No, doesn't proc have a thing where they put like judgment on someone and you heal when you deal damage to that target?
That's just a guaranteed proc. Judgment of
Oh,
Light is a guaranteed proc. And it works on everybody in the entire raid when they hit the enemy. Same was the case for the Necrolord version with the same ability. That was the entire raid
Oh, there's Cycle Chariot Racing.
on Priest.
Yo, what the fuck? That's insane.
Trying to think if there's been
It's like
any
horses, dude.
damage procs like this.
What is this?
I think
This is
that has
crazy.
Like when it says allies, I think that probably just means all your allies, like
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, I mean, but there's gotta be some sort of limiter on the procs, right? Like with Wing Leader. Or maybe it's like, well, we don't even know what it is, right? Like, we can only assume it. But bombardments to me implies that there's like something flying around that's like dropping bombs, kind of like the Warlock shit, where they have they had like the tier bonus, I think it was, where they had like the bats drop bombs. I think that was one. So like, and the whole theme is that you're the commander, right? Like you're the fucking Scalecommander, so you're like commanding your I forget what the term is for it, but there's like a special term for like your troop basically. So like I'm assuming the animation for this will probably be like evoker drop something from the sky on them.
Yeah.
Could just be a recolored. What's the helm enchant called? For the owl.
Oh yeah. It's incandescent essence. Whatever that ability does, I forget.
Colored.
Yeah, that's the one. Your harmful spells and abilities have a chance to summon owls that dive bomb your target. Yeah, I mean, it could just be evokers that dive bomb your target. You just replace the animation for it.
Small evokers that come flying in.
I mean, that's what you're doing, right? It's bombardments. You're singing in the fucking evokers.
I really have no idea how it's going to look visually, and I'm very excited to find out.
There's just gonna be Draktyr dive bombing our target from the sky every time we proc it.
Yeah.
It's really just gonna be Eye of Scolded, right? Like it's just gonna be like a little that comes from the sky.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it
I
is.
can't believe Devastation is hating on Scalecommander. What is this?
Okay, no, I can understand it because at face value, like I had a very bad impression of this until I got to the last one, and I read that and I was like, wait, hold on, maybe Deep Breath isn't shit to play anymore. Because like the emphasis on Deep Breath, if it's with the current cursor reticle bullshit, that's a complete disaster. So like I get the dooming about that specifically, but if Deep Breath isn't like that, if they've actually made it a good ability to press, like, and it doesn't just kill you, then yeah, there's some shit you can do. But if it's like the locked in kind of Deep Breath that we're currently working with, this is like the I choose to die tree. You press this tree and you're just gonna be dead.
I like when I have a blast doing it, dude. Got a kamikaze.
I love it when I get to kill myself as part of my rotation.
Yeah.
Yo, boys, pre-pull Deep Breath back.
Oh no! Stop.
Oh yes. No, 100%, man. This is a pre-pull Deep Breath. Like 100%.
No, it's just like bring it back. It's like no, don't bring it back. But no, absolutely, yeah, you're doing this as smoothly as possible.
If there's no eject button, then you would actually pre-Deep Breath like far enough away so that like you would go over the target like right as it's in the, you know?
Yeah, but then the boomkin pre-pulls and you're like 2 miles out still.
No, yeah. Imagine the maneuverability is like good enough where you can like spin in circles in place, so you're just like doing little fucking spins, and then you just tip them at the very end.
Just need to set up your Discord so you have a bunch of subcon quotes. Just like ready for your voice mod. Sorry, soundboard.
God, I just wish that this tree was not shared with the augmentation. Just cut that off right there. It's just Dev's baby. Just Dev's baby. I don't want any augmentation players to complain about Devastation finally getting to play the game.
Okay, but what if we just cut the line that goes to Scalecommander and then cut the line that goes to Chrono Warden, and then maybe cut the augmentation in half, right?
Yeah, actually, we can fix it. You just need to disconnect everything so that they all go to one tree.
Yeah, it just all goes to Dev. Preservation doesn't get anything either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Price doesn't need anything anyway.
No, they're too overpowered.
True. I've had a really enjoying getting played in queues right now.
Oh yeah, no, this tree is actually making me hype for Mythic Plus. Like, aside from the fact that I'm gonna pull aggro and die instantly every pull, but you know, just ignoring that one fact, very hype. Hey, at least all the mobs will be stunned every time I'm dying, you know, because it takes a little time to get aggro.
What you don't realize is like lots of things always have these hidden threat modifiers. Every single one of these trees has a hidden threat modifier, an increase.
Oh hell
yes.
Yeah! Finally, ×2 on us.
Just what we've been asking for, more threat.
Yeah. I can't wait, man. Like, they can just they legitimately can just reword every single one of these to say, you have aggro, and it will be the same tree.
Yeah, AoE taunt, just like, all of them are AoE taunt. And like with Mass Disintegrate too, you know, in so many situations, shit's gonna be spawning, like as you do that, it's gonna hit them, and then synth procs are gonna go off, and boom, you have threat. And they're like,
I think the Mass Disintegrate will work on targets that weren't already alive.
Right. I'm assuming that like it spawns like right as you press it, because you know how it does the instant damage.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so the mob spawns after you already pressed your Disintegrate. The second...
you spell queued it, and it's over.
Oh yeah, so the procs... the second proc is a proc synth, and it just goes over to the new target, the spawn, and it just comes and kills you.
And then they're like, why are you targeting that mob? I haven't even had the chance to hit it. It's like, bro, I wasn't targeting that mob.
I'm doing my best, man.
I really...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, I really hope it's like Sarkret's Mass Disintegrate, where it's like it like goes in every direction, so that it doesn't have to be like Iceland's Cleave, right? Where it's like they're next to each other. If it just goes anything around you, because that's a niche that like not a lot of classes have right now, which is the spread cleave thing. And even though we're only 25 yards, like this would give us spread cleave.
It'll be comfy.
Nice and comfy.
I was just thinking of all the start clips of you getting bonked to death.
Oh, okay. God, don't remind me.
The boss just turns around and just see the dragon is like, I'll have some of that.
Oh man. Devastation threat is fine. That's what the devs say.
Time to take timelessness.
God, I wish. I'm still so salty that they took all of our feedback for Devastation and then they just gave it to augmentation abilities. It's like, what the fuck? The deep breath, damage taken reduction, aggro reduction, cheat death, like everything we were complaining about at the time because Devastation was kind of like paper thin at the time. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to give this to Aug. Yeah, Jackson, 100%. Threat is such an issue, and it's only going to be a million times worse with this tree. But it's hype, though. It's good. If it didn't have the threat issues, I think it wouldn't be as hype. The fact that it has the threat issues is part of why it's so hype.
Before this goes live, but like, this is a very nice, like, as a starting tree, I think this needs so much less work than any of the others I've seen. Like, not any of the others, but like a lot of the others. It almost feels like this is ready to ship, kind of thing. Through. Like, I mean, assuming that maneuverability is pass. Like, I think this is basically feels like it's almost ready to ship.
Yeah, as long as maneuverability is exactly what we're all talking about, then we're good. If it's not, then that is going to be the only thing I'll talk about until it changes, because that will seriously hurt this tree.
If it's not, then I hope Ruby Adept is good.
Yeah. But this is so hyped, though. Like, I want this. I want this shit. So just don't make Deep Breath bad, and then we're good. Imagine your prio target getting nerfed because some shit mobs move in. Yeah, that part does kind of suck, but you're also going to proc more scintillations, assuming that that works with it. So,
To have twice the amount of hovers.
and you also get more causality, so I think it will still be about neutral.
God, this tree is just nice, man. It's just nice.
The question is, okay, so I would like to know, and this is something you might be able to do, Selder. What is the damage increase of having the extra disintegrate? So let's say like a little under 30% of your disintegrates having triple causality impact and triple scintillation impact versus the 50% increase. Because I'm curious like what the difference would actually be in terms of like your quote unquote funnel, if you were to even have funnel.
It will be a lot more damage to have them cleave.
Yeah, I mean, free target is going to be like a ton more damage.
No, on your primary target. Specifically on the primary target, yeah. So like, basically it's like we would just take, so for causality, it's like really easy, right? Because you just do a triple causality. But with the one where it gets a little weird is scintillation, because it would be able to proc on the adjacent targets and hit the main target. So I guess you would just count every
number of targets.
Yeah, it does depend, because obviously it could go off. But like, let's just assume that there's 3 targets and there's space such that scintillation always hits the primary target, like the target dummies in Orgrimmar, for instance.
Well, scintillation is heck.
So if it's 8.2% damage, then wouldn't that just be triple that for the, let's say 30%
Yeah,
of...
on the proc, but it's like you're only going to have 6 of these going to be... Wait, what did I say it was before? So we get one of these, so we get a third of the casts are going to be buffed, right? So a third of the number of casts are buffed, which means if these then cleave the main target, all of them, and we shoot 3 of them, you have effectively added 60 to that, which is extra 66% damage. That's quite a lot. Okay.
Yeah, and then also we have to factor in the fact that we're also going to get more mass disintegrates as as feedback from the increased causalities. So actually the amount of empower is like, let's say over 3 minutes you get 20 empower cast off, for instance. Like that would actually be much higher because you're getting more, which would then feed into it again. So it's almost like a self-feeding cycle, right? I think it might actually still be funnel. Like even in the case where you're not getting the increased damage.
So I think that the scintillation, if it guarantees hits the primary target, which it isn't going to, that's about 5% damage. About 5% on the scintillation on the primary target. The disintegration itself, I have that at about 5% as well to have the disintegrate buff. So they should counteract each other in that scenario. But the main thing that you're going to get is just the cooldown reduction, right?
Right.
The cooldown reduction is going to give you Eternity Surges, which kind of suck actually, and more Fire Breath.
Which means you could uprank Fire Breath too, because it would probably be
Yeah.
coming up faster.
I think at the very, very, very least, you aren't losing single target damage at any point. You might technically gain.
Something to take into account on this is that your DPET on Fire Breath is going to go down considerably if you're outranking Fire Breath consistently.
That's true. But,
Unless Fauna Magic, hey.
No, that sucks.
No. Well, yeah. So this.
If the thumb is up anyway, it's a less efficient button, right?
That's it doesn't get that much worse with the cast time. Like it does the same. Like, problem is it does the same damage, right? So you have to consider the fact that you'd be losing damage if you didn't uprank it. Like, so you'd be losing damage per execute time anyway, because you would be overwriting duration.
And then
you just naturally lose a DPET.
The other thing to consider too is the increase of animosity procs, because you're gonna probably be guaranteed a third set of eruption or empowers every Dragon Rage because of this. So you're gonna have a longer duration one, and you could potentially, with good RNG, even go up to maybe 4, which would be an additional 8 seconds of Dragon Rage. So that's another thing to factor too, right? Because in addition to Dragon Rage, obviously like being a good way to like generate essence bursts and deal a lot of damage, we also get increase in power just by virtue of spending more disintegrates. So this is all feeding back into itself. Like, this is
cast time on Pyre. Sorry, continue. I'm just thinking.
Oh no, I was just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud as well. I'm just like looking at Pyre and being like, on AoE, how does the cooldown rate per second compare to the buff disintegrate?
Yeah, that's a good, because it's 2 seconds over the duration of the channel. With 3 targets, that would be 6 seconds over the duration of the channel. It's about 2 GCDs, so it's about 3 seconds.
Yep.
So it would be about 1 second less efficient. But obviously the damage, especially if you're going Charge Blast, would make up for that, right?
Yeah. So
especially at higher target counts.
Disintegrate is like 1.6 GCDs, right?
Yeah, I was just rounding.
Baseline 2, and then it's reduced by 20%. So it's whatever that ends up being.
Yeah. I mean,
I was just having a think, because Pyre does a lot more cooldown reduction baseline, of course, so the GCD.
Because this is something I sometimes do on Tindral. I don't know if it's actually funnel, but I often throw out 2 Pyres every time we have the set of roots on the opener, because it usually ensures that I get a third empower on my Dragon Rage without having to like get PI or anything, which is like 8 more seconds. So like, I don't know, that to me, like losing 2 of those casts, 2 instant globals for like 8 more seconds of Dragon Rage, that seems like a pretty good deal.
Also, you just get them repositioned with the Pyres. It's just
true
convenient. Like, let's just you would have had to probably burn a hover if you didn't patch the Pyres, for example.
Dude, I wonder if
that's much better.
Fine to do like 2 Pyres. If you're not doing anything else, right? Like, that's completely fine.
Purely speculative, but I wonder if Ruby Adept is going to have something that makes Pyre like worth it to cast at lower target counts. Because I feel like this is definitely juicing up Disintegrate. So, and like, it could just be your essence spenders in general, because, you know, it's going to share with Preservation, which would have like Echo as one of its spenders, or like Emerald Blossom. So I could see it having something that like makes your essence spenders do something bigger. I don't know, something to consider. But I definitely think that the fact that Mass Disintegrate is giving us cooldown reduction, which is then giving us more empowers, which then gives us more Mass Disintegrates, is like pretty fucking nuts.
This tree does so many things now that I think about it again, because like it has the Mass Disintegrate synergies, and it has all the Deep Breath synergies at the same time. It's weird thinking about that. Like, because those 2 things both change how the tree works, right? Slightly.
Okay, can I just say, this is such a good tree, because we're actually having this whole like thought process that there's so much depth to it. There's actually so much here because of how it fits into our the mechanics of Devastation. Like, it's kind of crazy that there's these intricacies here. Like, there's so many different ways you could take it.
But there's also stuff like, you just take this, you go like this path, right? You take powers for the essence.
Yeah, and both of those will be so much better with more empowers.
You're gonna end up like feeling a bit worse off, because you're not gonna have the instant cast Living Flames like all the time. But you'd also then just have you'd also be able to buff the mass disintegrates.
True, yeah. 20% more on those. That's fucking huge. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think Iridescence is like a lock-in with this. Because you're just getting so much more value.
I don't necessarily think it is a lock-in. It's all going to basically depend on how good Imminent Destruction ends up being for the class.
So hear me
It's
out.
going to be a resource game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely something to factor in, but like, hear me out in Mythic Plus, right? Iridescence,
Mythic Plus for sure.
Iridescence is giving us the juiced up disintegrates. It's also juicing up a pyre too every time we do the fire breath, which is going to be juiced up by charge blast if we're taking that, which we should.
We don't need the burnout, right? Because every time you pull a pack, we get the burnout.
Right, and we get the burnout for free. Or, I mean, if you don't have the burnout, you could always have Ancient Flame for the Living Flame, so it's really fast anyways. And you're not taking the talent that makes it longer, right? So you don't have to worry about like the long cast time being locked into engulfing.
In Mythic Plus, this is probably like actually comfy as hell.
Yeah.
This is really good for him. Plus, it also means you have like a really, really good single target tree in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, really good single target.
I don't necessarily think these are actually all that different in single target AoE, taking like that and that. Like, you probably would do this one in raid just because of the burnouts, giving you flexibility to move. But at the end of the day, if it's close, this one's just going to probably really feel better for people because that node sucks.
Probably
sometimes.
Yeah, probably like if there's ever prio ads that are spawning at a timer that like kind of coincides with Empower, you'd probably go back Iridescence. But so like a fight like Laradar, for instance, might be a good one, or like I guess honestly like Tindril and Barrick as well might be good with that. But then again, I'm like, oh fuck, like Burnout, dude. It feels so bad to not have that talent. So
I'm just not
it's tough.
Wait, this talent, this Melt Armor, that's a talent. That used to be a talent. That used to be Imminent Destruction. Right?
Milt Armor?
I don't.
Yeah, that used to be the Imminent Destruction. It used to
it
be
used to it used to be Amplifier. But it obviously didn't have bombardments, but
of course, yeah. It's just
I think thematically this tree is insane.
Bastards.
I think so too.
I can't believe they're reusing assets.
Yeah.
We're like we're not sure what you're gonna run.
At least,
this is all speculation.
We get the charge blast back in.
It's so fast now, right? Like you just whoop.
Also, you're gonna house a charge blast for the Dragon Rage pretty consistently.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Love that shit.
And it's gonna have restacked by the time you press the first pyre in Dragon Rage. Oh my days.
That's the issue with Charge Blast is like it doesn't stack fast enough, right? Like, but with this, that totally solves that problem.
Because previously it was just Aggro Strike stacking it, which is fine. It was fine. And you also used it on times when you did prior damage, like especially in higher keys, right? You'd use to disintegrate the main target, and then you could have taken Charge Blast, but the tree was such that it wasn't really worth it, I think, from memory. But like now, this is good. Alright, this is also another thing that's funnel, right? The pyre you're gonna fry.
Yeah, from Dragon Rage, it's like super minor, but yes, it is. But I mean, it also pushes pyre to be a lower target count too, like. But then again, I'm like, because Iridescence obviously like that sounds really hype in Power Swell too. I'm almost wondering like in AOE, I think you might take those talents out and put them back into volatility because I don't think anything else can really go, right? Like I'm trying to think of like what I would drop to get volatility, and like you wouldn't want 1 point volatility, you want 2. So it naturally follows that you would drop like Iridescence and Power Swell for that.
I just don't think that's worth it because you're always in single target damage.
Remember there is the point in lightweights that you have flexible.
Oh yeah, but dude, that's a lot of damage. Like with the frequency you're gonna be pressing that. Plus, like we don't know, that might actually increase the damage of the talent too.
Yeah, it's just upset because it is, right? It's just, and it works in all the like damage types. You're not removing arcane intensity, even though you could here.
You're never.
Oh yeah, there's no shot.
But I just feel like it's very wrong to pull out the Charge Blast. You could maybe pull out the Eternity Span.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know. That just because you know there's gonna be bosses that like have 2 target shit going on, right? Like 2 or 3 targets, so like that's gonna feel.
Actually, no, I don't think you ever can remove Eternity Span just because of the Sin procs on your mass disintegrates.
Most likely, like, and the same thing is true for the Charge Blast because it's just every single time you disintegrate, that's just a pyre of damage. Like, yes, you don't get the causality that volatility gives you.
Yeah, I mean, like also with the increased procs, and we were talking about the action economy too being a little bit squished. It could just be also removing Shattering Star completely, like, and then putting those 2 talents into volatility. Like for Mythic Plus specifically.
it seems.
I sure don't think so. I don't think you're gonna do
It's
that.
like in Mythic Plus, you're still spending significant amounts of time on bosses.
boss.
No, I
on-
totally get that. I'm just saying
Also,
that
I
I
think
just-
Shadowing
I
Star
just
with
don't
Disintegrate.
Sorry?
it's going to depend on the
Oh,
average target count. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Shattering Star cleaving with cleaving Disintegrate, that will hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Actually, the Disintegrate's cleave, right?
Nope.
So they're gonna hit the Shadowing Stars.
No matter what, it's going to hurt which talent we pull out. I'm just trying to think of like where, because like the main thing I'm concerned about with volatility being excluded from this isn't necessarily the damage from the pyres. It's more so the cooldown reduction that comes with it, since causality is going to be giving us like 30% less on those.
But I posit this question: do you even have time to pyre?
Yeah, dude,
That's
you
the big question. Well, then again, do you have time to fucking Shattering Star in this case, right? Like,
Yes.
obviously you would in single target, but in like 2
That's a
target, 3
guaranteed
target,
essence
4
burst.
target, you would. But like above that, maybe not.
That is a guaranteed essence burst. You have time to that.
I feel like a good point for the Shattering Star is the fact that on your Mass Disintegrate, you probably really want.
I gotta get up for a sec.
Graph on that one.
We're back.
Yeah, you do. That's. Also, the other thing is, if you want to get the volatility route, which I think is potentially an option for like complete mass AOE, we will have the imminent destruction for that. For the 1 mana, for the 1 essence pyre, because that just means you can press pyre for 10 seconds. Guaranteed press pyre for 10 seconds with this. When they also then do 1.5 pyres each because of the volatility node, that works out to be an actual synergy. I think if you're going down the iridescence burst route with charge blast pyres, I think you just skip Vola. And I think this is potentially more of a default setup just because of the fact that it does single target. It just does single target. You haven't lost any single target here. Well, have you? Well, technically you've lost the engulfing blades, but we can't really afford the engulfing blades anyway. Like you've lost that because of the investment over here, but so we're avoiding it. I don't know. Like, I think pure mass AOE, you might have a point on it. Like, I think volatility probably is still mandatory for pure mass AOE. Bree. And you would likely drop the shattering for it, but pure mass AOE isn't a real damage type anymore at all. Like, it doesn't exist ever.
You could do it with Brackenhide and get good numbers, right? Just like for the pure pad.
I mean, how much damage is it? If I remove the entirety of Shattering Star, how much do I weep?
A lot. I'm fucking sad that you mentioning this.
The weeping is in progress. I don't know, you can't do that. Like, I mean, if you want to pyre, maybe you just can't have a charge blast then. Either. Which feels like kind of a crime, given that you're mass disintegrating. On AoE. If you cast 2 pyres, that's the same as... Like, on average, 2 pyres cast with volatility is basically a charge blast pyre, right? So, every cycle you're going to do 2 disintegrates, which is effectively... That would be equivalent to having... Will you cast 6 pyres a cycle? Yes, right? You should cast 6 pyres a cycle. Every 20 seconds.
So how much will you cast it?
6 pyres. Can you cast 6 pyres within a empower cycle?
No.
Currently, yes.
Currently, but not if causality works on this. No, no way.
If you press 2 blue beams,
Not
you
with
lose
mass
it.
disintegrate, no. You cannot
Yeah.
cast that many.
I think you just don't volatility then, because you're not going to cast enough. You'll lose the single. You'll lose the like. What's this?
And I mean, if you drop Charge Blast, it also drops Disintegrate's value a bit, which doesn't really play well into
Yeah,
it.
that's what I'm thinking. Penalty says disintegrate. Wait a minute. Why is there an Emerald Blossom here in Dragon Rage?
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Why are there
What is
two
there?
green spells?
Why are we in Dragon Rage facing 2 green spells? Hold up.
Hold on a second.
What?
What have I done wrong? Something ain't right here. Oh! Was it trying to Belor with them? It was probably trying to Belor. Oh. cool actionless green if Talon Ancient Flame, and Belor. There's probably something wrong with the Belor line. Cooldown is less than the G. I need to check it. I see. I think I found a problem. That was probably an extremely rare bug. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's because it's using the green spell to get the Beloros cast off.
Right.
Did the damage go up?
Okay, I see, yeah.
Oh, okay. It did not change anything fixing that bug.
I'm excited for the raid encounters in War Within, where your starting point is to precast Living Flame into Deep Breath. And just
Okay, so
Musketeer.
the Shattering Star itself kind of sucks donkey do,
Yeah, of course.
but it's the Vigor that's all the damage.
Yeah, who cares about Shattering Star, dude? The free Essence Burst. Whoop! What a talent.
Down there.
Yeah.
So minus 6.6 to drop the Vigor.
Oh, ooh.
I don't think you're getting that back.
That is a big talent point.
Sin, don't you remember last season? We had like a week or something where we were doing the kamikaze opener.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Like,
It's so awful.
Like I got my code devastations to it as well. So every single boss, we just sort of breathed them from each to our own angle. It looks so fucking
We
ridiculous.
still have the clip, right, of the augmentation flying into a can't say that stream.
I think one of my favorites is like the Seed Carrier who flew into an AoE on Fire Wreck and just killed the raid.
But I just remember all those pulls where like I start my deep breath for like 5 seconds and then someone says no, don't pull, and it's like, what do you mean, bro?
Had to go for a sec. What'd I miss?
Nothing at all.
Don't look in the staff channel.
Oh no. No. No!
Wait, what?
The deep breath opener is back.
There's 2 of them, no!
Yeah, it's okay. As long as tanks pull with taunt, you know? It's fine.
Yeah, first of all,
That's a
it's
pretty big ask.
It's off the GCD. I mean, shit. The thing I get annoyed by most is whenever tanks don't taunt the pull and then they say that, oh, well, I have all these globals to press. It's like, bitch.
I've actually
Taunt's off the GCD. Don't even.
I thought of a really, really big downside of Scalecommander.
What?
Well, when it's this cool, when you're in Augpress and you're looking over the lawn and you see people actually having fun, it's gonna feel that much more. Like, at least this tier dev kind of sucked, right? Like,
I guess it depends on when you got to the bosses, but I would say Tindril dev never sucked on Tindril. That was always a really sick dev fight.
It didn't suck, but like the tier set looked kind of awful. It wasn't like the big player it was in 10.1. So it wasn't like, it wasn't this like giga fun experience that's being offered to you, but you're sitting there like, oh, I guess I'll press another fucking eruption.
The other thing is, like, early on like, Org just put in too much work on that fight as well. Like, the earliest before they did all the nerfs. Like, when the shields were relevant, for example, Orc did too much there comparatively, just with the Eon's damage.
Yeah, I can see it if you don't have a feral, but like, I don't know, I feel like with the like meta comp or whatever, like with 2 rogues and a feral, like they do so much of the shield damage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just the Orc made it like double. Or not double, but you know what I mean. Like, it was just very convenient as well, buffing the melee that come down from the sky and having them do re-damage as well. because it worked. But
It's so hard to tell too
nowadays,
because
Dev
the
is
logs
better.
have been so fucked on that fight since the
Yeah.
start. Like with them doing negative root damage, getting like no attributions on the shield. It was just kind of like a take my word for it kind of situation. It's like we know it's good, but like then you look at the logs and you're like, wait, this shit is like doing tank damage.
Yeah, now but back early on, like all of the things were just nice. Like the rescues were nice, the spatial paradoxes were just convenient. But nowadays, it's
yeah.
just like the healers don't have to heal as much. There's no like positioning requirements that are as extreme, like to be perfect. You don't have to be. The fight is no longer requiring complete perfection.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's just like Dev is genuinely easier to perform better on in this fight, in my opinion. Just play Dev.
Oh yeah, and I mean like with the leech count too, you're actually unkillable if there's ever the roots out. Like it's insane. Like one pyre, whenever you're going in with your iridescence buff, like you just fire breath and then you send out that one pyre, it's like I've had my leech tick on me for like 600k. Like okay, that's cool. We like that.
I genuinely, if anyone is listening to Pre right now and you are progressing this on Org, please just switch to Devastation. It will be more fun, and you'll probably do better.
You'll do way better, yeah. But the healers will still complain about spatial though. That is, there's nothing more true than like the fact that healers will always complain about not having that ability, which is really annoying. And it's the worst part is since it's healing, it's not quantifiable, right? Because if it wasn't healing, you could point at the exact increase that they're getting, and you could say, well, this isn't worth it because this is actually better. But because it's healing, they'll just say, no, it's I need to have it or else I cannot play this fight. When other shit exists, like spell warding, like you can literally just spell warding the fucking healer. It's like the same shit. They just have to move their legs or get rescued.
All I'm gonna say is point everybody else playing the fight without spatial point. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Or, I mean, well, the opposite is also true. They'll point out all the videos and say, well, look at all these videos. They always have a spatial at this point. So, like, we have to have it because that's what everyone does in their kills. I hate that shit so much.
I don't know, just play Dev on that fight.
Yep. Yep.
Ferak, you should probably have at least one Org still, sadly, but...
Yeah, it's a bit dicey with the lack of spatial during the moves, but you can definitely make it work. I don't know. Dev fucking cooks Ferak now though with like the buffs. You fucking cook it.
I'm going to be playing Deva and Ferak here on Wednesday. We're actually gonna have 0 orcs. So.
Yeah, I killed it this week as Dev, and oh my god, like I actually played Dev for like 1 day during progression because we had a rogue post out and we had a backup Aug, so I just played Dev and we had 2 Augs still. And that shit was sick. Like obviously like the OP shit beat me because that was like when they were still overpowered. So like rogues, demon hunters, BM hunters on relevant damage like P2, P3 boss damage and Colossus damage and shield damage. They still, but I actually beat them on the shields like by a lot. I was up there with the rogue.
Problem is you can't look at shield because Org even might XD.
Yeah.
And everything else about the shields so measurable. Like the other thing about playing Org in that fight on progression right now is players are worse, which means Org is worse, even if the Org player isn't worse.
It's good, yeah.
And then because of like the whole compounding aspect that if you're hitting Ferak right now, I'm gonna be honest, maybe this isn't true for everybody, but a lot of people probably just don't care about perfecting Org. And if you don't try and perfect Org, you don't plan out your targets, you don't try and play perfectly, you lose 30k DPS outright. On the spot, and that's without fixing any of the bugs. You just lose 30k on the log.
Yeah,
it's just gone.
The argument they'll make though, the counter argument is like, well, the damage doesn't matter. We just need spatial so that we can get through this one point in the fight, so we can progress. That again, that's what's so frustrating because it's like that's not even like you're literally bringing a class for a cooldown, one button that makes the healer cast while moving. So dog shit.
Like, I look at logs these days, and like, yes, obviously logs are bugged. They're missing all of the shield damage. But you see, like, Orgs doing 100 and something, like less than 200k to Ferak.
Yeah.
Like less than 200k, and it's just like, I'm sorry, son. Why are you still on the spec? Just play Dev. You'd be genuinely way more useful. Like even if you add in the shield damage that's missing, which I think is a few million. It's like I can't quite remember the number. You're missing like 10% maybe damage, but like, it doesn't bridge the gap, at least not anymore. Like, back OG prog, back when people were like the top 100, top 50, top like maybe even 200 guilds were playing, and people planned out everything, Orc did 230k with planning, with like high quality players, about 230k. I was doing on average 226-ish, I think, personally. And then I entered my final kill.
Yeah, and
on
if
the
you had
skill pool.
10%, that's about where like you want to be is like
Yeah.
250-ish. So
That's about every spec, yeah. But like as soon as you just don't do any of the things, it's just gone. All the damage is gone. Like, but you're a spatial, right? You're just
Yeah.
spatial.
spatial bot.
Sucks.
What is my purpose? You provide spatial
Spatial.
paradox.
It's not very fun, that, I don't think.
Nah, that talent's gotta go. Gotta go in the class tree, which is where it would have been if Aug came out with the expansion. For sure, it would have been on the
Yeah.
class tree. Or just fucking
would-
delete it.
You could have had it like in the, because like you have in here, you've got space for having 3 like lines, right? So you could have had an org line, you could have had a healer line, then you could have had a devastation line, and put like a relevant capstone on each of them. So Deva's capstone could have been Terra, which is maybe not necessarily the best capstone node. Could have not had time spiral here. This could have just be spatial. In fact, that could just be spatial. Like it would suck to lose time spiral, but at the same time, that could just be spatial. And then Zephyr being the healing cooldown works to me in my head.
Yeah, or I mean also like choice node, right? I think time spiral
Yeah.
should be the choice node with spatial.
Oh, that would be a good choice node actually. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because
Very
because it would actually be a really hard choice, right? Because like there's times where time spiral is like super important, but also spatial is like important on some fights too. So I think that would introduce like a interesting decision here, especially since none of our capstones have a choice node. I think that would be really good.
It'd also be really nice for the poor preservation players, because obviously both of the players get this.
Mhm.
Pres would then get it when they're using somebody else, and they kind of need a little bit of assistance, I think, from them, right? Like a little bit of assistance.
Yeah, and the increased range is really nice too.
Yeah, because they don't have range, right? That's the big problem.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Is it kind of
I'm
like a
submitting, like,
podcast?
a
Kind of.
pop-up
We
game
just
range
started
hovering
shooting the
mode.
shit, so.
Like, because I mean, you're hovering, right? You can see further. Why can't we have some more range? Thoughts?
Oh yeah. Since our fucking eyes are higher up.
Yeah, give us more range.
Yeah, I mean whatever it takes to make Nemu not make me want to kill myself sounds good.
I mean, we need to actually tell them that says we don't have T-Rex arms anymore. Tiny little T-Rex arms.
It's funny too, because like I feel like if we just had 30-yard range, it would actually feel so much better. 25 is just it's not good. Like
Press
just
that
an extra 5 yards. Bro, okay, I've been playing Red Paladin for like the last 2 weeks. What the fuck is up with half their abilities being 30 yards? Like they literally have
Dude,
more
so
range.
great. I fucking love Red Paladin.
They have
No.
more range than Devastation. Like what the fuck is going on? A melee spec?
Love Red Paladin.
Like Judgment, your fucking hammer, your execution sentence. There's like so many abilities that are 30 yards. Like what the fuck is going on?
They're also immortal, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
And the ones that aren't 30 yards are
That's
20 yards, right? The only thing they need to be in melee for is Crusading Strikes. You just lose a little holy power. That's it.
Like Sail, you have 3 defenses and an on-demand lay on hands.
Pretty good.
You just feel like God mode playing that shit. The only downside is like, yeah, you have like completely different talents for AoE and single target, so can't do both
It's
at the
fine,
same
they
time like
fixed
Dev.
that. Where's the cook? It's like one of these.
Oh, I haven't
There's
even
one-
looked at
yeah.
the Paladin ones, but
Yeah.
The one we saw, Timla looked really boring, I think.
It's kind of boring, but it's gonna just bonk. It's just probably
Oh.
gonna bonk.
What is the Empyrean Hammer or whatever the fuck? Like what
That's
is-
the Hammer of Light. So whenever you cast Hammer of Light, it hammers, and then you
Yeah.
get some hammers as well. Like
Oh, right.
repeating
I've
afterwards.
all about an Empyrean Hammer. Okay, then there's like stuff that works on the Empyrean.
yeah, and then there's a note somewhere on this tree that says whenever you press your spender, you get a hammer as well.
It's just like
Whatever
it's
the hell
kind
that
of-
is.
right? Like you do if it's like a one cast, it's really boring. If it's like a bunch of casts, you do execution sentence. You spam up to 5 holy power, and then you do that as much as you can during the window, right?
Yeah, and then after 50 of them, you get a juiced one.
Yeah. I mean, and then you shout Deus Volt whenever you pop wings, right? That's.
I mean, this is very paladin thematic, to be fair, and it's probably gonna look sick. So. But,
I think like it's fine, right? It's when the one I saw right before Scalecommander, I'm just like, well, I mean, one of them is really cool, and one of them is like really not.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Red to actually like put anything on it, but
yeah. So
it
I
looks cool.
It works well within the context of Red Paladin, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't looked at these, but I could tell you a bit. I mean, like seriously, I've collected over 600 aspect crests as my paladin so far in the past 2 weeks. Literally
Holy
only paladin
moly.
playing. Yeah, dude,
I love playing red paladin.
it's
dude.
so fun.
fun.
It's actually the best
so
alt,
easy,
I think.
and it's so fun. Yeah.
It's the best alt because you can get the legendary on it, right? Which is like the whole FOMO thing to do right now. And you're like unkillable. You have like very high burst on a very short cooldown. It's easy to play. You can like fucking be in ranged and it doesn't even matter. Like the only downside is you're very susceptible to knockbacks and the fact that your different builds have like a different amount of holy power you spend, which is a little weird to get used to, but
The
aside from
single
that, it's great.
target build is kind of cringe. I wish. they
Yeah,
changed
it's
that.
kind of cringe. But the AoE build fucking pipes.
They have better horsey right here, right?
Yeah,
here,
yeah, better
Oh,
horse.
2 more seconds. Oh, actually, that is
2 more
huge.
seconds is huge.
Unironically, that's kind of huge.
And
Well,
it's 30
also the
centimeters every 30
30%.
seconds.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I mean, like, it's
Yeah.
not like you even have to be there, dude. You can just attack from fucking 30 yards
Yeah,
anyway, so who cares?
You're chilling.
Well, I think I like Templar more than the other one, the Herald of the Sun, for rare at least. This one like feels like it's way better for Holy Pre and Paladin. It's all about. I mean, like one of the nodes just replaces Warg with Turn Up
Yeah,
Flame.
whoa.
So
Also, you don't need anything to do with walk. When you cast it on yourself, you're full health.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, that shit tops you and stuff.
Yeah,
so this one seems a lot more interesting to me.
it is.
Correct. But this one maybe Holy Paladin can finally press Benders if Eternal Flame is good. Thoughts? Holy Paladin play?
I mean, I don't think you're pressing. You don't want to press Word of Glory. Like, that is something you want to avoid at all costs. Like, just, you don't want to press that button.
Wait, I just realized.
Also in keys, really?
What if we just don't play healer and keys again? We play Ret as the healer. They
Oh,
press Eternal
no.
Flame. Thoughts?
No.
I mean, you probably could, to be honest, but like,
Yeah, you probably could.
but like, it just feels bad. Like, you know, it's just -1 Divine Storm every time. Feels fucking bad.
I love the fact that Red Paladin is like, oh, what do I change for my AoE rotation for my single target? Oh, I just changed this one keybind. I could go from Verdict to Divine Storm.
What is okay? So for the sunspots, like, is that like a thing on the ground? Is that what you're spawning? Like,
I hope not.
On your target, I think it's a buff.
Oh yeah, debuff, right? Surely.
Debuff or buff, yeah.
create a sunspot on the target, dealing radiant damage. Okay.
For healing, yeah.
Oh, I was looking at Ret. Yeah. So Wake of Ashes is a 30-second cooldown, so like that's up pretty frequently.
You get 2 spenders, right? So you're gonna get 2 holy. You're gonna get 2
Yeah.
spells every time. The thing is that you haven't seen yet is at the bottom of this tree, where it says activating Avenging Wrath puts 4 sunspots out.
On nearby allies and enemies.
4 enemies, yeah. One. It
Oh,
puts
you're
out
gonna be
4.
fucking pissed when it hits your tank.
Well, I'm sure it's gonna prio
have
like
the-
Leaping Flames
yeah.
tech, right?
Yeah. But then when after you read that, read the talent above it, read Solar Grace.
Yeah, here's this. Oh no. Oh dear.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
good.
You do like haste a lot, is that build? Like a lot. So
Yeah, you like Haze.
He's good.
And there's 2 seconds of duration there, and there's a bunch of other things in the tree as well, like Sunspot increases when it's not been used. And then
Well,
there's like damage. Once
wait,
it's
well,
your holy power spenders do more damage.
Yeah, but that's like while Aeson's one active, right? So that's just always, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh dear.
And Divine Storm has a 50% chance to cast again down there.
Oh, yo, DP of Wing of Ashes? That's kind of bog.
yeah. I mean, that's just a free spender there. So
Yeah. This feels good. Yo, maybe Lightsmith, Herald of the Sun, not that bad.
Maybe actually I was wrong on the cook. Maybe Herald of the Sun actually is kind of cool for Ret too. Yeah. This node seems the wrong way around.
I am kind of worried about like the walk replacement. Because Fury is very, very good.
Wog is very good, so this has to be better than Wog.
Yeah,
So
like, you don't. Oh, you just want to heal yourself to full and be happy, right? Live your best life.
maybe that regen is equivalent to another Wog. What about that? That's quite a lot of healing if it is. Just hit before pull, you put the Eternal Flame on yourself and you just walk into combat, immortal.
Holy Shock. Wait, critical strike chance of Holy Shock and Light of Dawn increased by 10%?
No, the wrong way around.
Yeah, I was reading that. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, wait a
This
second.
this feels like the complete AoE tree. Like this is so AoE. With all the Divine Storm.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
also, like, the fact is, for like Templar, it really synergizes very, very well with single target just because of execution sentence. Because like the Wake of Ashes stuff very naturally lines.
yeah, you have a Wake of Ashes every execution
Yeah.
sentence.
You're gonna do so much passive healing in raid though. I just realized because you're gonna get the allied sunspots every time you wings because you want the haste, so you don't want it to go on the boss. So every time you wings, you're gonna put out 4 allied sunspots just because you will rotationally. And then you become linked to them, which does radiant damage or healing to anyone that walks through. Ret is gonna be Gucci.
I mean, that's
dude,
basically
you
like a
got that-
personal bloodlust every time you wings.
Yeah.
You get that on your augmentation, you're like, alright, augmentation, start hovering through the boss, go back and forth.
Bitch, go hit the boss. Do the lap around the raid to get everybody healed as well.
The darkest timeline.
What else are you here for? Spatial paradox and to run laps for the rat.
Yeah, like
Wait.
the Sun's avatar it's just kind of good.
It does healing. I don't know why. It does healing.
They're also slowing enemies and increasing speed of allies too.
Yeah.
Because activating in wings, that's 60% haste, right? Then you're gonna do 2 on whatever boss, right? Because of your
Yep. One on the boss and then
Yeah, 24%.
you won't get it though. I don't think they're gonna stack on the boss, right? They're gonna only have 1, so you're gonna have 5 on the...
Yeah, it just feels weird if it's not gonna like be 2 different applications. Also, it's whenever you apply.
Oh wait, no, it's actually time you apply, so it doesn't matter. Like the boss won't get 2 stacks of it, but you'll get 2 stacks of it.
Will it not just be 2 separate debuffs?
Maybe it is 2 separate debuffs.
Because I think it's like really weird if it doesn't, because it's two holy husbanders.
I feel like you're gonna have to wear sunglasses when you play this Specto, because like there's gonna be so much bright light shooting into you, because you got these lines, you got these sunspots everywhere. Like there's already so much visual clutter for Ret.
You're gonna be like a disco party in the middle of the raid with all the beams coming out of you.
And you know they're not gonna code them correctly so that you only see them as essential spells because it's a new thing. So it's just gonna be blasting everyone.
Do you guys remember Anduin proc back in Shadowlands?
Yeah.
So like the thing I'm remembering just looking at this is I cast Holy Shot on one of my allies, and that made him think he was a different color than he actually was.
Oh
He
my
ran into the
gosh.
wrong side.
Yeah, I remember we there was another instance. It was it Mists of Pandaria with the bug instance, right? Vizier progression. I think that was the boss. We were like banning the paladins from using their like the cone ability that like shoots the fucking light in the air with the Dark Moon Trinket card because it made them like glow ethereally. So the animation, since it's like a transparent cone, it was making the entire thing glow. So it literally flashbanged you every time. Like if you're looking straight down with your camera, you would not be able to see where you're standing during the orbs. You literally get flashbanged every time the paladin fucking presses their ability.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, what if the raid has a Ret playing this and a Holy Paladin playing this?
Oh, actually, I have a good new name for myself. Hold up. Oh, it's gonna be a big one.
You're gonna be so blind. Right. I'm glad that this like okay. I will say though, for sake of Holy Paladins, I'm glad they're getting this instead of Lightsmith as an option.
I want Lightsmith removed.
Do we know how the Rets are taking these talent trees? Like, are they hyped on them or?
Haven't looked.
You know, pop in their
assume
Discord.
Assuming they're pretty happy about them to some extent. So
They seem pretty
they
cool.
Probably have issues. Yeah. They might have some issues. They have them personally.
Do you think they showed off Oracle as like a warning? It's like, you better take what you get. It's
So
like-
if you're playing, you're getting an Oracle tree.
it's just like showing the potential darkest timeline, and they knew it was going to backfire.
My favorite thing was like these are all meant to be an increase, right? The Oracle trees wasn't an increase.
Yo, what's up, Brief God? How's it going?
I pointed that out as the biggest problem with the Oracle tree was because it was so heavily on premonition. The only way for that tree to be like remotely well tuned was to have premonition be so powerful that it was completely and utterly warping. Because that was the only thing on the tree, which is premonition nodes. You couldn't have that.
Also, was a cringe tree.
Like if these trees are going to be like 20-25% power.
Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no,
Premonition would have been
Scalecommander,
so
opinion?
powerful. Like,
Good,
it's
but
so
it hinges on deep breath. We need to know how deep breath works.
To the
Is
point
it going
where
to be a
I
reticle or
don't
not?
think
Because
you
if
could
it's no
make any
reticle,
other
I'm
healer
cool
in
with
the
it.
game.
If it's
Like,
reticle,
you just have to play priests.
don't make it reticle, please.
Because if they're getting
Don't do that.
25% of their budget from premonition, which is damage on a healer, like the only way, like, I mean, unless you needed healing, which sometimes is the case, sometimes it isn't, depending on how they mess up the raid. Why would you play anything but a priest? Like, what?
Because I don't want to play.
That tree was a mistake and a half. Like, complete and utter mistake and a half.
It's crazy to me that they hear all the feedback about power infusion and buffs and shit, and they just keep like deciding to show us more of it. It's like you gotta have a passion for for getting shit talked if you're doing that.
That's why I think it's like it was an inside job, right? It was a bit to make us.
I mean,
more
to be fair, like
accessible.
whatever they put out next is gonna be good no matter what, because they put out such shit at first for Oracle. So
I think
I
a lot of the
agree.
trees at first were shit, right? Like a lot of the first trees were shit. Like, they all felt like they were just undercooked, like hard undercooked. Whereas all of these trees seem a lot more polished, except for this one.
Yeah.
This one does not seem polished.
I know the rogues hate this one. Yeah, I haven't read this one, but I know the rogues are not liking this one.
It's real bad. Well, maybe damage-wise it's pretty good, but it's real bad.
Oh, what was I gonna say? I've forgotten. I forgot Warcraft's Batman.
Yeah, so I like.
Right, I'm really excited to see Totemic.
I went over to the Ret Discord or like Paladin Discord, and I just see people linking fucking pictures of Templars and shit. So I think it's probably a hit.
All right.
Seems like it's a hit.
Deus Vult,
I mean,
baby.
it's so much on thematic point, like both of these, to be honest. Like they just as Paladin. I mean, Paladin's so easy to design for. I swear to God, just make it glow real bright.
Yeah, just blind everyone. Okay, but like unironically though, like the Paladin rework is sick as fuck. Like they actually have a really good foundation to build on, you know? So I feel like they're really whatever they do here is gonna be good. And the fact that they're building off of Wake of Ashes with it being such a short cooldown, it seems like all these things are like synergizing really well with it too. So it's hard to go wrong with it.
Yeah,
I think
it's
also
gonna be unfun to play.
something they did really well, like with this as well as like with the rework and Paladin, they just made everything sync up instead of having these like really weird desync cooldowns. Wake of Ashes being 45, your wings being 2 minutes and whatever, right? Like, so now whatever they design, it's really easy to fit it around the time frame because wings is 1 minute, execution sentence is 30 seconds, final reckoning is
It's 1 minute, yeah.
Yeah, Wake of Ashes is 30, right? So it's like it's really easy to design
Yeah.
within.
Always lines up perfectly.
It's just nice when the spec works without weirdness. Like, I don't know if many of you played like things like old Warlocks where they just don't line up. And Holy DK with all its weird 45, 90, 2 minute, 3 minute, like, specs that just don't line up, just aren't particularly fun anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I understand there's meant to be a bit of like planning and working out how it works on all the fights, but nowadays it's kind of just nicer when the spec just plays fluidly.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the addition of Aug 2, it's like you kind of want to be on that minute cycle or 2 minute cycle. And 30-second cycle.
So it's nice, yeah. But yeah, this tree is an abomination. Like, abomination of Rogue One.
Yeah, so wait, they're casting Feint now for damage?
Yeah, they're pressing their defensive for damage.
I mean, that's a terrible way to start things off, you know what I mean? Like, you're saying like, oh, use utility for defensiveness, or you're saying like use defensiveness for damage? No, hard stop.
The worst thing is like Outlaw can just have permanent feint. They can just have perma feint. Like you get
I mean,
damage reduction, like you get all sorts of stuff on this tree, and it's just like, oh, weird.
Like I haven't looked at this like at all, so I have no idea what like the power of it is. But just reading that first node makes me feel a little bad for them.
Like so much of the power is going to be based on how powerful the unseen blades themselves are, damage-wise. Because it's giving mastery, which makes sense to sub, but I think outlaws are a bit upset about master comparatively. But yeah, I mean, it just doesn't seem fun. I don't want to be pressing feint if I'm playing a rogue as like a rotational thing, right? I want to be pressing the thing I'm playing rogue for. But I haven't put any thought in it other than that.
What's the worst tree so far? Aside from Oracle. We can't say Oracle.
Can I say Scalecommander because it's on org?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's... I'm too hyped about it to say that one.
Oh wait, I never actually put Colossus.
Oh, I've heard this one's bad too.
Hell yeah. Fuck the Warriors.
Let's go have a look. Let's have a peep. What, 45-second cooldown?
Oh no.
It's a great start. Unleash a series of precise and powerful strikes against
Oh,
the target and
that's
enemies
pretty
within
good.
8 yards of it. You can block, parry, and dodge while using this ability. Nice, great start. Your crit damage is increased by 10% and the amount blocked by critical blocks is by 10%.
Okay, just a passive damage increase. Love that.
Yeah. Mortal Strike and Shield Slam grant a stack of Colossal Might. Colossal Might increases damage dealt by Demolish by 10% and stacks up to 5 times. Demolish consumes Colossal Might. So just rotation make this button better, right?
Another thing you don't think about. Yep, just makes the damage higher.
Shockwave's stun is now longer. Okay. Or Shockwave throws enemies into the air just for memes.
With a
I
shorter
guess.
cooldown. That's the main thing, I think.
Yeah.
More stops.
But isn't Shockwave just complete horse ass to get on Warrior?
I think you run it sometimes, but yeah, I don't... I mean, that's clearly just like a utility talent. In a way, that's just like cooldown reduction, right? On your stop, that's
Yeah.
it.
Shockwave, Cleave, Whirlwind, and Revenge deal 5% more damage per target affected up to 5. So
Oh,
more
look at all
AoE.
these talents that all don't do that much damage.
Just
to begin
passive
with.
damage again, yeah.
Colossal Might increases the damage of Rend and Deep Wounds by 2%.
Passive damage again, okay.
But that gets consumed every time you smack that thing.
Yeah.
Huh?
Is
Colossal
there
Might
a-
increases the damage of Empower, Overpower, and Revenge. You're like,
I still don't
it
see...
does.
I still don't see the hero talents yet. Like, where are the hero talents?
well, it is the Terror Talent. Increase damage prevented by ignore pain.
That sounds pretty good for Prot.
This one might be okay as well. This is
Honestly,
taking damage to do a second
powers,
end.
dude. 2.5% DR? Ooh. 5% size increase?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that's a win.
Mortal Strike and Shield Slam damage increased by 15. That's more significant than the other ones. Mortal Strike and Shield Slam critical strikes give you an additional stack of Colossal Might. So it's pretty wanting to be a critty, but... What the... Oh, it stacks 10 times.
If you gain a stack... Wait, hold on. If you gain a stack of Colossal Might and are at max stacks, the cooldown of Demolish is reduced. While channeling Demolish, you're grounded, making you immune to stun... Wait, hold on. You're
Wait, what?
grounded? I hate this. What the fuck? So you're locked into this shit? Are you
It's a
serious? No! There's no way they made this a channel, bro. There's no way.
Okay,
What
here's
the
thing,
fuck?
right? Here's the thing. All of these nodes are like increasing
You're
the damage
stuck
of,
in the
like, Rend
ground.
and Deep Wounds by 2% per stack. Increases the damage of Overpower and Revenge by 2%. What if we just don't press Demolish?
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
This is...
Don't
Okay,
press-
like, what the... This last node is... Totally threw me for a loop. Like, you're stuck while you're using this ability? What the fuck?
Who made this?
Oh no. I mean, like, I'm sure it's not bad because it's, you know, it seems like it has a lot of damage built in, but this is just like so boring. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
you do your normal rotation, you just are slightly better, you're slightly bigger, and hey, you also have this really annoying ability that you're going to press every 45 seconds that makes it so you can't move during it. What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
Okay, what if when we don't put the 80th point in? We just don't put the unstoppable first point in?
No, okay, we need to take it, right? But
Drow
I think
Souls.
you're onto something with not using it.
Yeah, I think so as well.
It doesn't say
Especially
it
the
makes
very
you
end of
immune to
the fight with both
knockbacks.
sides.
Oh wait, no, it does. It does. Abilities that make you move. Okay, yeah. It does say knockback.
I think this is the worst one yet I've seen.
Oh, I didn't see this. Shockwave will be more accessible.
Wahoo!
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
I would be super
there's
disappointed if
one
this was my
solid-
tree. Like, I don't fully understand how it works, but I think it's pretty easy to understand because it's so simple, right? It's
This is
just...
the best part of the tree. The bit that here, this developer note is the best part of this reveal. Yeah, no, I'd be disappointed as well, I think.
What were the other ones? Because I've only seen like the 4.
Warlock. We have this.
Oh, Diabolic. Is this good? This
I've heard really good things about the Warlock one so far. I haven't seen it at all, though.
I'm not going to be able to read it. I'm going to nip in the bathroom. But
I have no idea how this shit works, but... I mean, knowing Warlocks, like, it's probably going to be pretty good for them.
That's sick. Yeah, knowing Warlock, yeah. Where's that Warlock? I forgot something bad. Yeah, the Diabolic Ritual is actually really sick. Just like the start of it is just super cool.
Yeah, turbo dog shit or turbo broken. That's a good point. Hold on. While they're gone, I'm gonna pull up the ret one. I want to take a closer look at that. Okay, so Templar. Light's Guidance. Retribution. Wake of Ashes is replaced by Hammer of Light for 12 seconds after it's cast. Hammer of Light cooldown. Your enemy with the power of light, dealing holy damage to target up to 4 nearby enemies. Additionally, calls down Empyrean hammers from the sky to strike 3 nearby targets for holy damage. Costs 5 holy power. Okay, so whenever you're in your Wake of Ashes, you have a new spender. And it is 5 holy power, and it's fucking sick. Okay, love that. Sounds like the AoE talent. This might actually just be like the AoE tree. Okay, Templars. No. Hammer of Light. Wake of Ashes deal 30% increased damage when striking only one enemy. Okay, maybe there's a single target aspect to this too. The amount is reduced by 6% for each target struck. Divine Toll grants up to 100% increased damage on your next 3 judgments when striking only one enemy. The amount is reduced by 30% for each additional target struck. Okay, so it's like double duty then. Okay, liking it so far. Okay, after casting Hammer of Light, you call down the Empyrean Hammer on nearby targets every 2 seconds for 8 seconds. Oh shit, okay. That's sick. You're gonna have so much burst in your final reckoning. One thing that's interesting about this is this is a spender, so it's gonna work with.
For a few minutes, and we had a chat before he went off to talk to the other warlocks about it, and
this is gonna work with final reckoning.
Like, but other than that,
Wait, is this just like longer than everything else? Like, is this just a longer tree?
It's got a lot of choice notes. So yeah.
It's the same amount, but they're all in the middle, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I assume you start reading it, but like, this is like that current tier set kind of thing, but on you rather than the enemies. And you get one of these demons that pop out and do an attack. Then, depending on the demon that you get a different effect.
I mean,
so if you get the Overlord, you get that damage increase for 10-20 seconds. If you get the Mother of Chaos, you get the Shadow Bolt volley.
Mm-hmm.
We don't quite know if that's going to give you 4 soul shots, but if it does, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a 5 spinner, but
they always get the effect of soul burning teleport.
Yeah, it's fine.
By the way,
you're gonna be mainly spinning at 5 just naturally, right? Because like the conditions for spinning are like your judgment buff from your tier bonus or having 5 energy or 5 holy power.
Seems really bad.
It seems like it's probably worth it. I mean,
but like you can take Infernal Machine.
We don't know what the coefficient on it will be, but I'm sure it'll be fucking nuts. They'll definitely tune it right.
Or Unending Resolve grants soul leech equal to 10% of your max HP and increases the maximum amount of soul leech can absorb by 10% for 8 seconds.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the healers maybe better for some players, but the bulwark is.
I mean, this is rot versus upfront, right? Like.
Yeah. And then this is one of the bad notes. It's just fire damage is increased by 2%, and so is your demon damage.
Gotta have a couple of those every tree, I feel like.
Yeah. And then Abyss of Domination is really nice for demo. It makes
30
lineup.
30 second oh, that's sick as fuck for Felguard.
Yeah. And then on Destro, you just get a Overfiend that throws 2 Chaos Balls. It just yeets 2 Chaos Balls every time you Cataclysm.
I mean, that's nice, right? It's kind of cool.
Yeah. It's another note that's bad. Specifically for Destruction. It makes the Havoc single target thing a thing, where you take the node, cry Havoc, and then you cry Havoc on single target and Chaos Balls it.
I like that. I at least like that playstyle when I played last.
Yeah. And then the last node is better for demo, I think, again. It's just summoning a Pit Lord makes you get a Giga thing. It seems like way more better for demo because it's going to mean you have a Chaos Bolt damage level hand of cooldown that AoEs. And for Destro, it means you have Chaos Bolt that AoEs.
Do you only get 3 wild imps?
Yeah, you get
3 wild imps per.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right, yeah, your max Helical Lance for imps.
This is the effect that you get when you get a Pit Lord, right? Because you get 1 of 3 demons. That's the Pit Lord effect. Also, Pit Lord is what you get from another portal, so that might possibly just happen on another portal.
I guess like the thing here that I'm scared of is like a lot of this is random.
It is random,
yeah. Which I am never a fan of. I'm not a big fan of like RNG specs.
There is some control here though with like half of it though, because like a lot of these are tied to already like used abilities that you're just kind of pressing to line up. So like
Yeah, it's just
especially like extra imps. Like that's interesting because there's like a lot of like interactions with just like having more imps being like insane. Like, you know, rumination obviously like +3 imps for implosion. If you already have a bunch of imps going into that, it's not going to make like that big of a difference, but that seems like kind of pog for situations where you just need to like blast something real quick like Tindril.
3 imps is 3 imps, right? That's just 3 more you can blow up.
Yeah.
Just 3 more you can blow up. Yeah.
Free imps is free imps.
As long as it isn't just like, because like compare this to the warrior tree, right? Warrior tree's just like flat damage shit that doesn't really have like much interactions. It's just kind of like everything just kind of does slightly more damage, whereas the warlock one gives you more options to kind of line things up, and your niche is also being impacted too. That's the reason I like Scalecommander so much, is because it's making our niche even better, and I feel like that's what warlock's doing too. So that's kind of a sign of a good tree.
Yeah, I mean, also I don't necessarily think the randomness is like a big issue. I think they should actually be relatively all balanced. Funnily enough, like this is a 10% damage increase for 20 seconds, which, I mean, I'm thinking from Destro POV. 10% damage increase. Like obviously, if this procs on like on a cooldown, it's going to be significantly better than some of the other ones. But like 10% damage, or 4 shadow bolts, which we assume is 4 shards, so that's 2 chaos bolts, or you get this, which is going to be a Giga Chaos Bolt. This one might be the weakest one for Destro, but on a demo, like if you get that one, you get 3 imps and then the Giga Bolt, and etc. etc. Like it seems relatively well balanced potentially.
Right. Yeah. So like if equal outcome, right, it's good. Yeah. Fair enough.
I feel like 5 HP is enough of an issue because you're overflowing during resonance anyways. Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah. But
it is a hefty price though for sure.
Like obviously, getting Cloven Souls on cooldown is going to feel better than not getting Cloven Souls on cooldowns. But I think it should be okay. Should be okay. And you should be able to cycle these pretty quickly, right? If you have Infernal Machine when your cooldowns are active, like say you're playing like Destro and Keys right now, and you're playing like Rain of Fire spam, you prop your rock down and then use Rain of Fire spam, you can cycle through that thing real quick. Yeah, the Diabolic Ritual on yourself, that is. So that works out. Tyrant is just a less cooldown, right? It's 90-second cooldown, so this is slightly better on them. And also, damage just has more soul shards than Destro typically.
Duration of Shake the Heavens. Oh shit. Okay.
But like they said on the Oracle tree, they can fix these numbers based on the spec, so they might just up that to 2 on Destro, and maybe it's fixed. I don't know. But at the very least, it seems cool, right? It actually seems cool.
Yeah. I'm reading the Templar talents right now, and holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
AoE powerhouse here.
Absolute monster of a tree, right?
Yeah.
It's sick too, because Light's Guidance, that's like the one that's going to replace your Divine Storm whenever you're oh shit, I'm hearing myself. Whenever you're like doing Wake of Ashes. So like Final Reckoning, right? That's going to be up, which amps your Holy Spinders, and that's going to be Holy Spinders. So like, I have no idea what they're going to tune the damage. I assume it's going to be tuned well though, if it's like the top node. Hopefully, they put some thought into that.
I think it's pretty cool. Like,
and,
I think they put some choices.
And you should have Divine Toll every minute too, so like you'll always be like overcapping on Holy Power anyways. So like 5 Holy Power just means you can spin it faster and potentially undercap less or overcap less.
Yep.
They're fucking cooking.
Well. You get some haste.
Oh yeah. Well, wait, hold on. Do you get haste from this?
Yeah, you get haste from Undisputed Revealing, bottom right node.
Oh, I hadn't even gotten to this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's juicy.
Because obviously the other one gave you haze as well, right? So I'm just like pointing that out for like saying you both get haze.
Oh, whew. Yeah. Here we stand. Here we fall. And a Blast Judgment. Whew.
I'm glad we got our talent drop with this set. This set is so much better than the shit we've seen before.
It's so nice, right? Like Rogue seems a bit weak. Warrior seems a bit weak. Well, Rogue might not be weak, but like it's unfun. But
they just they seem boring.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe it'll make you have like sick animations or something.
Oh no.
I mean, 5% bigger. That's so funny.
Size increase.
That's like the selling point of Colossus. You're just slightly bigger.
Not a manlet. 5'11 versus 6'0.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a requirement if you're playing Colossus Warrior to play Tauren, because you gotta increase that size as much as possible.
use all the toys and become real big.
Yeah, you got to get the Velcro drinking horn, the world shrinker, all that shit.
You're gonna be so annoying in raid. Like, your cow is gonna like take up 3 screens. You'll be asked politely to talk to a good spec, not warrior, just because of the size. Was the druid tree a rework? I thought they already had to.
So they have 4 in total, right? Because there's
Yeah, they have 4.
I haven't even looked at the druid ones either, but
I thought they already had a reveal for Elune's Chosen. I think this is a new reveal for Elune's Chosen.
I think Elune's Chosen just gives you a discount on her Gamer Girl bathwater.
they got Keeper of the Grove before.
Yeah, we saw that one.
And then now they have Elune's Chosen Windstalker
They
or Wildstalker.
already had a reveal because they had the first reveal, right? They had the first reveal was Elune's Chosen, so I think this is a more finalized version of Elune's Chosen. Because that had if you remember the double Star Surge thing, like that Star Surging the Star Surge stuff, was that on the Keeper tree?
I'm glad they get to.
I think Keeper of the Grove was the one that came out before.
No, they did come out before, but like I swear there was an Elune's Chosen.
Oh, was it maybe at BlizzCon that they showed it? Because I think there was a screen at BlizzCon that showed it.
I could have sworn at BlizzCon they showed Keeper.
Yeah. Okay. No, I found a
3 months
screenshot
ago.
of it from BlizzCon. Yeah, Elune's Chosen was chosen. You're right.
Oh really? Huh?
Yeah. This is from BlizzCon, but yeah, it probably is different now.
It seems better now, I think. Yeah. Oh, they showed both actually. Yeah.
Oh okay, yeah, I'm not crazy. Well, I am crazy, but not for that reason.
I'm crazy, but that's because of the rubber room of rats.
Up to fix them out. We discussed Scalecommander at length. You didn't. Okay, so like, we've talked about it a lot, but there's actually a lot to digest. It's actually pretty deep. Like at first glance, Scalecommander doesn't seem like it's that impressive. Like whenever you first read through it, doesn't seem that crazy. But then the more you think about it, the more you realize that Scalecommander synergizes insanely well with our current talents as Devastation to the point where it's actually fucking insane. Like, Scalecommander is nuts. They really cooked with this spec. Now, is it good or not? The question of if it's good or not really depends on maneuverability and how this actually makes your Deep Breath handle. Because, okay, so just read the talent, right? It says, Deep Breath and Breath of Aeons can now be steered in your desired direction. To me, this implies that once I press my Deep Breath button, I don't get the reticle anymore. I press it, my guy goes in the air and starts moving forward. Obviously, this would make sense, right? If you're able to maneuver, why would there be a reticle? Because the reticle wouldn't make sense in that point. Because you're not going to where the reticle would be. The reticle would only determine the length of it. So I think what they'll probably do with this, what I'm hoping they'll do with it, is they'll set it to a duration. They'll have you fly in the air. And then you'll just control your guy for that duration, and maybe you can cancel or it to break out of it early. That would be ideal. If they make maneuverability, get rid of the reticle, cancel Aurable, you can eject from it. Maybe you press the button again to eject from it. That's what Saldo was saying. Potentially, they could add that. As long as you're able to control it well, and it doesn't suck to press, and it doesn't kill you every time you press it, this talent tree will be fucking nuts. But if Deep Breath sucks still, then this tree is dead. It really just depends on Deep Breath. The entire tree is super, super, super dependent on how Deep Breath feels to press. So I have super high hopes that Blizzard will think this through and make Deep Breath not bad to... Oh, sorry, I realized my push to talk is my zoom in button. I was zooming in on Wowhead.
Right.
I was just ranting about how I really hope maneuverability is like not the reticle.
Yeah, I popped open the screen. That's what you heard a second ago, and then I realized because you can hear it, I can't unmute it.
Yeah, I'm just like super worried about Deep Breath and not feeling good to press, but I'm also very hopeful because it's such an easy thing for them to fix, right? To make it good.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, all the trees are now on Wowhead. Sweet.
Elune's Chosen looks kind of boring.
Yeah, but it might just be fine.
Yeah, that's all.
Like, Maybe Boomkins just need boring. They don't need anything revolutionary to make their game like weird.
Okay, wait, maybe I talked shit too early. I'm looking at Wildstalker now, and that's way worse.
What? Sorry, what? Oh yeah, Wildstalker, yeah.
Yeah, holy no.
But what if the vines are good?
They're still boring.
But don't worry, as a retro druid, you can now press regrowth every 6 seconds to keep a 10% crit buff.
I don't know if that's good.
So do I.
Yeah, this Pharaoh one looks super fucking boring.
I just saw the yawn on your face, by the way, just before you said that. You had a quick yawn and said this is boring.
Yeah. No, I'm glad I'm not playing Feral. That's fucking lame.
Hey, Feral still has another shot.
True. We do too. I'm very interested now to see Ruby Adept.
It's less mandatory for it to be insane, though, at least.
Yeah. Like there's a high mark to hit, right? Like there's big shoes to fill.
Like at least you're not like a spec that's just like sitting there being like, yo, what's the other tree? This other tree better be good. At least we've got 1 out of 2 in the bag.
I can't wait for the do me of the 10 meg. I've said it before, but I'll happily say it again.
It's fine. Actually, I shouldn't say that because maneuverability is not going to work, and it's going to be so miserable.
No. Don't fucking say that. Don't say that.
Don't manifest it.
Okay, think about it this way, right? It is completely illogical for them to have a reticle for this ability. Because what is the purpose of a reticle? It's to say where the spell is going. But you control it, so you wouldn't be going there. The only reason to have maneuverability be a reticle is to determine the length of the spell. Right? That's like the only reason, which is so much easier to do with just like an eject button or just like a buff that you can cancel aura. So like...
Just let me click it again, right? Just click it
so
again.
Like using Blizzard's like logic of how they design shit, I really feel like they're not going to have this be a reticle. Because it just like you could just end up in a completely different position than where you put the reticle, which makes the reticle like not make any sense. I don't think there's any ability that has a reticle where it's like your thing doesn't go where the reticle goes. That like goes against like the design philosophies of like having a reticle in the first place.
I'm going to regret saying this, but what if it always goes to that location, and if you stare at it, it just makes it bend to that location?
Oh my god. Oh, no. Oh, fuck me. No. So you're just making it longer. So you're like moving it just makes it longer.
Yeah.
No.
You like you press it and then you like turn 90 degrees to the side and now you're just like going diagonally like in a fucking arc towards the target. Oh my god. That is so fucking cursed. Holy shit.
That is the darkest timeline.
No, dude. Ain't no way.
I regret saying this.
No, that actually could be a thing. Fuck me. Oh man.
I regret thinking this.
Oh no, they can't do this to us, dude. Not like this.
Not like this.
Some maneuverabilities only like to dodge the swirlies as you're driving to your destination.
Yeah, I mean, Mum said we're going to the store. We're going to the store. We might go on a detour first, but we're getting to the store.
I mean, deep breath at home is definitely the fucking you still go to your destination.
I don't want this. Get me out.
Why would you say that? Like, why would you?
This needs to be playable like day one of alpha. That way, they can get like the infinite feedback of like, please make this, please make this just a button you press.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just a dragon that just kind of goes Neum, and you press it again and you stop going Neum, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, and the tree is actually sick.
What if we called down a different dragon to do our bombardment?
I mean, I'm open to that too. I just don't want deep breath to work the way it does, right? Like, give me another dragon that does it. Let me eject from it. Whatever the solution is, I'm down, as long as I'm not trapped in a deadly deep breath.
Okay, hear me out. This is because this is an augmentation tree, right? what if we can give this to somebody else, which locks them in the animation, not us?
Oh, now you're cooking. Now I'm listening.
And they are forced to do it.
Off you go.
Have fun. You wave them off and they're in the races.
It's like the opposite of spatial paradox.
Just turn them into a bomb that's directed at the enemy.
Now I'm just thinking of like a augmentation with it, like maneuvering in like a weird fucking form, like making like a triangle to like make sure you hit all the enemies in the area with Breath of Aeons.
Yeah, you could
Making
find
sure you
Eon's
buff
every
everything.
boss in the council.
Yeah, just fly from one
Oh,
boss,
right.
take a 90-degree turn, fly to the next boss.
You made a joke, Scylla. That's actually a really good point.
Yeah. More likely you're gonna bend it like Beckham.
No.
I hope the maneuverability just isn't cut too small. Like I get it, like you might not be able to turn as fast and etc. like that. But if it's just too bad, it's gonna feel so awful. It's just like having that complete loss of control that frequently is just
What would be
it's
worse?
just not good.
What would be worse? Always going to where the destination is, but you curve it? Or having complete control of it with no reticle, but the duration of it is the max duration of Deep Breath?
Oh, God.
Oh,
Because, like, in the
I
first
think-
case, you could at least do it short, right? And then it's like you just kind of
Yeah.
ignore the fact that the talent exists. But, like, the second case, oh my god, like, it just would make it unplayable. Because
I think
the damage per execute time would be shit.
Yeah, I think the first case is better. I would break at least one monitor every like raid, but it would be better. But then the second case would mean I wouldn't break my monitor, but I also wouldn't be in the raid.
Yeah.
Or divided.
Yeah, I mean, because, like, I guess because Deep Breath is increasing the damage taken, like, there might be a case where, like, even though you're losing so much time, it might still be worth it. But holy fuck, that would be sad. Like, you're doing the
No
boss and, like,
way.
having to just, like, do fucking circles around the boss because you're stuck in your Deep Breath. So you're just, like, flying around in circles.
Ain't no way this DPS increase.
Well, so like I swear to God, if we can store up 2 mass disintegrates, I will get both. I will deep breath and I will chunk both through. Holy moly!
Oh, yeah.
Both inside a Shattering Star as well. That would be some damage.
Some damage.
Okay, you know what else would be sick? Is if we had the ability to cast spells during Deep Breath. Like, we have control
Oh,
of our
yeah,
guy
that's
and
just-
we're like
yeah,
full
yeah,
control.
Yeah.
So like
Yo.
you're stuck in your Deep Breath animation doing fucking circles, but like at least you can like still attack.
Like, if we could do casts like while moving and in powers, I'm in.
Like strafing, because like we don't know. Like you might be able to strafe with it, right? Like we don't know.
But here's the thing, right? Like, I just had another cursed thought. What if you can only steer it? You can't strafe it, so you have to actually bind the steer keys.
Just monk a steering, dude.
Actually.
Oh,
Ah, so many possibilities here.
so many fun possibilities. Get me out.
You know they're gonna choose like one of the worst timelines though. At least for the initial iteration of it.
Then everyone's gonna be mad.
I keep thinking we've hit the Earth's core and we still find a way down.
Yeah. Okay, but there's also the variable for how fast you can spin your camera with the rotate buttons. So like if you crack that up, maybe you could fucking spin that maneuverability even faster, you know?
Yo, wait. What are you saying? We just don't have to move. We can just spin on the spot? Full
That's
power?
right. Yes, just fucking spin to win, dude.
Sick. The more RPM, the more damage it does.
I swear I have my
Spin
account
fast
set
enough
up
and you
this
go
way. I'm
double.
pretty sure like if I like just press my arrow keys and my guy spins like really fucking fast. Gotta log in and see.
Yeah, no. Oh no, you logged in.
Oh no, this is normal speed, I think. I swear there's a variable that makes this faster.
Didn't they change that because people were going like absolutely sonic with it? Or was it just a bug? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think they made it worse.
Oh.
What the heck is going on in Augmentation?
Is it a fire in there? I don't know.
Wait, is it the content?
Oh, it's kind of content, but it's also like, it's not good content.
Is it the same people saying the same things over and over again?
Well, yeah, obviously it's augmentation.
Is fish in there?
No, fish is actually the good part of augmentation.
Wow.
Like, think about it this way: every time that fish speaks, you get at least 2 hours of content.
I love the fish baiting.
No. Do you like
What
when
is
you-
happening in here?
Okay, I think I found it.
Just people arguing whether or not augmentation is faster for a key.
No,
Bro.
it's not.
Yeah, it's like no.
If it was faster, it would be in the MDI. Like, come on, there's literally a easy way to see the solution to that. I guess they did have some in the MDI, but like if you look, most teams didn't have one. So
To be fair, it was better than the ret for like speed. It's just I think it was real monka's steer to survive with an orc compared to the ret.
But didn't they only play it when it was like 40 PS combo, or they had like some
Yeah.
very specific strats with...
Yeah, it was 40 PS, and then like a couple of the less skilled teams played it. And by that I mean the ones that won very quick. So it's hard to know how good actually it is because it's like not being played by Echo or whatever.
can't really see a difference here.
I should stop looking at this channel. It makes me upset.
Have you guys tried adding fish? He's in the Devastation channel.
No. We're not adding the fish.
We're never adding the fish. The
What,
fish appears now.
what if I turn this down to
We
5?
made the fish
What
when
does
he
this do?
appears, when he is naturally caught on the hook. We do not try and tempt fate though.
What do you mean natural caught on the hook? You don't even need the hook, it just comes to you like it jumps onto the pier.
I don't think this is doing anything. Oh my god, dude! I cannot turn my mouse now. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. We gotta put this back.
Yeah. I'm still kind of happy with
Oh,
the-
this is
with
so
the,
slow.
Scalecommander.
Yeah, dude, Scalecommander cool.
Good.
Goes hard.
That's about right.
I just read your about me. It's pretty good. Pretty good, Steve.
Who are you
Oh, they
talking
be
about?
controls.
I just read your about me. It's
Camera?
pretty good.
Oh,
Quite
mine?
good. Yeah.
Mouse look speed.
Thanks. I keep updating it.
Oh fuck, that's too fast.
I mean, honestly, the Cybertruck would be pretty delayed if someone set it on fire.
I actually realized you're role playing. That's awesome.
Man, I need to change the Cleave Beam name as well.
Hell yeah! One more.
Okay, this is the wrong
beam
C-bar.
for the dream.
Because this is affecting mouse turn speed, whereas I'm looking for the turn keybind.
Yo, Kiss.
Anyone
with the
chat
class,
have it?
take off? Oh,
What the fuck?
The
it's not another class. That makes sense.
turn left, turn right shit.
Our names are the same thing with the words in different orders. I just noticed.
Wait, are you mean beam clean dream? Hell yeah!
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna change it to that, precisely that, yeah.
Oh, that won't be confusing for anyone.
Okay, so there is a C-bar for this. Hold on. Do we have advanced? We do. Okay.
Well, I need to change the server's name.
C-bar turn.
Good.
Nothing.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Keyboard turn speed.
Yeah, I am now the Meme Beam Cleave Dream.
Yep.
God, this is gonna get so confused again.
Here it is.
I missed the snail to rock.
People just straight up confuse you for me.
Yeah, I don't understand how. There's a fucking snail on the face.
Oh wait, this isn't it. This is the mouse.
I just like when I asked you for your profile pic, you're like, what are you gonna do with it?
There was this concern emoji.
Yeah.
Yaw speed of gamepad camera control. I don't think that's it. Speed at which you can turn the camera with the mouse. No. Max movement to
Yo,
camera
what
angle
if
to
the
face
augmentation
direction.
channel was shut down for a week?
Where is that?
What if it was shut down forever?
Turn speed. Here
I
it
was
is.
just gonna say that, please.
Logs for Augur.
Oh, there we
hang
go.
on.
That's it, dude. That's it, chat. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Hang on a minute. Right click pin comment. Why I can't do that to that guy?
He's spinning.
So you're a coward. I'll do it. Hold up. Where is it?
Is 540 the
Wait,
max?
I'm just gonna give it a quick star emoji.
Yeah, just starboard that.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Have you ever felt like
Oh,
extremely
that's so
stupid?
slow.
Because I right-clicked him and I'm like, why can't I pin this? And I realized I right-clicked his name and not his message like an absolute dummy.
540 is the max.
Like, what's wrong with me?
Okay, I figured out. There's a CVAR. They've reduced it, so it
Yeah.
is nerfed. However, you can turn really fast if you max this shit out.
Yo.
The default is 180, and the max is 540, I think. Yeah, 540.
I want to do laps at that speed with deep breath now.
Yeah, yeah. You deep breath and you just turn your arrow key, and you're just gonna be zooming in place. Hold on. If I do, I bet you if I do like auto run and I press it, that'll be about the speed. Yeah, I mean you could totally do a circle on the boss with this. If it takes the turn speed as the max rate.
I mean, if it does, that will be a bug, right? If it scales
No
with that
way,
keybar, that
guys.
will be a bug.
It would be amazing, but like, there's no way.
The Rage is gonna look at you, be like, "The fuck happened to the dragon this time?" I mean, I understand that you played Org for prog, and I understand that does something to a man, but what are you spinning for?
My goals are beyond your understanding.
The news is about all of the hero talents that dropped today. We've been talking about this for the past couple hours.
I'm just looking forward.
We got a
to world where
lot
Dev
of
can
new
be played on
info.
Prog, you know? Maybe.
Lots of new info.
Like this genuinely though gives you proper reasons to play Dev if it works well.
Oh yeah.
Because that is some damage without losing any AoE at all.
As long like imagine if it's just like if it's in range on the Mass Disintegrate, like you could do council, just hit all three. That's just- you can live the boomy dream, dude.
Bro, that being so nice.
I would assume that all 3 council members are in range.
Shut up.
I think after the last council fight, they learned a lot. They might just keep it like that forever.
Yeah, just keep them all at least 40 yards away.
Ducks in every council fight from now on.
Oh no.
Just like yelling at everyone else to get off the bear because you need a target to cleave your disintegrates off of, and the other two just teleport around like crazy. So
What a fun fight.
Bro, council is actually so bad. Like I keep getting skilled on by the freaking bird thing. Like whenever I try to cast my fire breath, like,
Oh my
I
God.
miss so many of them. Like she just vanishes right before
Okay.
I finish it.
there, yeah, like I've like perfected the tech of at least on the pole, like hitting all the targets every time with fire breath. But yeah, it's so fucking annoying to like try and hit the targets with fire breath every time. The worst thing though for me on that fight is playing fire, and I'm like about to finish my SKB cast, and I'm being a good boy, so I'm not targeting the fucking bear. And then literally at the last millisecond of my cast, the fucking thing just teleports behind me. Stupid Pip just like teleports behind me and interrupts your cast.
You guys aren't cooking. Why aren't you doing the deep breath opener on council? Hit all 3.
No, stop.
I mean, true, but also
Yeah, now it's before it was a me.
But
now
here-
it's in preparation for Scalecommander.
here, yeah, it's kind of annoying though, because it makes it so your Eternity Surge lines up perfectly with the fucking range soak if you do that. So you have to like, I don't know. I get really annoyed by Eternity Surge like perfectly lining up with that. Such a short cast at rank 1, but like it always lines up where you're about to be knocked in the air.
Yeah.
I mean, who's gonna notice if one person doesn't soak, right?
True. But you also like kind of want to be in a line with all of them anyways, so like you kind of need to be soaking.
But what if you just don't soak? Thoughts? Just soak the melee one.
Yeah, I guess if you deep breath like from where you start to where they pull the boss, you'd be like naturally in front of the bear.
Yeah.
I still think the hardest thing in that fight is just having the tank randomly turn the bear on you whenever it's time to do the frontal.
Honestly, I think more tanks should embrace just spinning bosses before tank frontals.
We had a all-time greatest hits on our kill last week, where the bear did the cleave while everyone's getting rid of their stacks from Pip, and the only green circle available in the entire arena, right in the middle, and then the bear cleaved the entire raid.
Not bad, not bad. How many survivors?
7 people died instantly, and it was very early in the fight, so we were like, yep, let's just die.
Unfortunate. Actually, I don't know. It feels bad for Dev, right? Because Dev had the first season, then the second season when it was like becoming a real spec and it was actually played a lot because it was real strong.
It was
And then they dropped Org, and now it's just
Disaster, yeah.
Disaster, yeah.
Then we got this shit deer set.
Yep.
It was fine. They're getting back to season 2 next year.
We're gonna be so fucking back in season 4.
I might be in season 4.
Do you think we'll get the first point in pre-patch?
Oh, wait, hold on. I think you do, because you get it as you level up every time, and it says that you get one already. So that would actually, so we'll have mass disintegrate. That's actually sick.
You'll also have the tier set, right? The amp tier set.
Oh!
Yeah. Oh my god, dude, that's actually gonna pop the fuck off. That'll be pre-patch though. That won't be season 4. But I guess
Yeah,
it's like the very end of it. But still, that'll be really fun because, like, yeah, I mean, mass disintegrate's gonna be fun as fuck. I don't know what they're gonna give us as a first known Ruby adept, but there's no way it's cooler than mass disintegrate. Impossible difficulty.
I think that is like the best first node on any of the trees. Like on any of the trees.
Yeah, and it's really cool too because like everyone knows exactly what it's gonna be like, right? Because of Sarkret, because it's literally his ability.
Although they did add premonition, that's a pretty cool. That tree was an interesting choice.
It's really ironic that the first node is premonition when they didn't see that coming.
I think they did. I think it's all part of a larger strategy. Because you know they
post that. It's not.
They need to set. They need to set the expectation really low for one of them so that it brings up all the rest of them. You know.
I was gonna say something else. They did this one because like they know this one is so bad that people will be so upset and mad that they can release what they actually want to release, which is also going to be really bad.
But everyone will be like, yes, this is so much better.
Than the base. Yeah. They're going to quickly
Adept
finesse us with a
Firestorm
support tree anyway.
Personally, I just hate priest players, so whatever bad things happen to them.
I'm going to go cry now.
You're an exception, Sale.
If I had to guess, this is probably going to be the max turn speed, like, because it seems like they'll probably use this tech, whatever the limiter is, from Dragon Riding. Probably be something like this.
I'm really excited for one of the priest hero trees to have like a really, really good mobility button, but the rest of the tree sucks.
You just probably won't move as fast as this, obviously, because Dragon Riding's really fast.
I'm looking forward to that being on the new Oracle or something like that, so Shadow doesn't get it. Or like the other way around, like it's on the Shadow disc one, and so Holly doesn't get it, and it's like just like sad. They're just sad.
Yeah.
When do you think the next content drop is? I need more content now.
If I had to guess, I mean, it's probably going to be 1 or 2 weeks from now, but it'll probably be the exact same time because they keep releasing this on Tuesday at 1 p.m. EST. So I think it's probably a safe bet. They definitely, so they wanted to release more in the last batch. So I think they're behind. So if I had to guess, they'll probably do another one like either next week or the week after.
Because March is when they drop the pirate stuffs, and they also might start having the alpha come up, right?
Yeah, I would expect to see it like sooner rather than later. Just because I know that they're trying to get it all out and they're already behind. So there's what, how many left? Like 12, right?
Yeah, I think they said 19 specs didn't have one, but there might be more than 19 trees missing. Oh, sorry, were 19 trees missing. Now there's obviously.
Oh, and you have to redo the priest one too, so that one counts, I guess.
Yeah. And they already had showed off the rogue one. It's like 12 more, maybe. purple, something like that.
Yeah, so they
Oh,
could do
someone
like
will love
a 6 and a 6, or like a 8 and a 4 maybe, or like something to that
Or just
effect.
toss the rest of them out there, right? Like
They might just
Boom.
drop them in alpha, right? I think there's no shaman ones still, so there's probably a shaman ones in like a week or two.
Mm-hmm. No Windwalker
I'm
one,
missing-
or no Monk one too, right? There's no Monk at all.
Yeah, no monk at all. So there's no monk.
Of
there's
course, no
shaman.
Windwalker. They're gonna keep Windwalker for the very end. You know that's fucking Windwalker's always getting shit on.
Save the worst for last.
Yeah.
There's monk, shaman, affliction, shadow, assassination.
Happy orc noises.
Ugh.
That's kind of. Oh, and there's also like Frost Death Knight and Survival
Wait.
Hunter.
Hold on a second, Mal. I can't let you get away with that. Isn't that like a fucking paradox? Happy orc noises?
Dude, okay,
I don't
if
know,
with
just
this
watching
drop,
Preheat stream and he's reading the Wowhead comments at the Scalecommander, and somebody just said heavy orc noises.
Oh,
okay, like unironically though, if they had released Scalecommander, it's like we decided not to do Scalecommander because we deleted Augmentation. I would be even more hyped than right now. I would actually be fucking
Oh
buzzing.
yeah, that'd be perfect.
Like, no news, but they're getting rid of Aug. Let's go.
They can get rid of Orc, though. They can really easily get rid of Orc. They just need to remove Spatial Paradox and it's gone. Orc's gone.
Yeah.
No one will play it anymore.
Good. Nature is healing.
That's nice.
Hey, you know what?
You can retune that spec.
If you think about it, it's actually in their best interest, right? Because then they won't have to deal with making all the hooks for all these new abilities. All these new hero talents are going to need hooks. You know that's going to be a big endeavor to make those work, especially since the shit ain't working right now. So,
Hey,
just
what do you
saying.
mean? I just saw a Starboard post that says that it's working great.
Yeah.
Totally not manufactured by Big Og.
Yeah, I'm sure it's normal whenever you're just doing negative DPS on roots and shit. That's just... Yeah, you just heal them.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Or like when Null Evoker is stealing healing from you without existing. I don't know. I mean, they really like created so much extra work for themselves with that spec. I'm surprised that like it hasn't had a massive rework or like word of something like that. And it seems like it's full speed ahead too with the Chrono War and talents. It seems like all's well on the AUG front.
To be fair, those ones are easy to attribute at least because they just damage
True.
That damage replication. So.
Yeah, I'm more referring to like how they seem to imply that the current paradigm of AUG is going to stay.
Yeah. They need to retune the balance at the very least. They need to do more. Here's the thing, right? If you pick Scalecommander, that's kind of probably happen, right? You're going to do a lot more personal damage.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
yeah.
40%, 50% of your damage is going to come from, actually on AoE, it's going to come from personal stuff. But they need to have like that like be the baseline point, and then you can then either pick Scalecommander or you can pick Chrono Warden, and it goes like the either direction.
Dip more in, exactly.
You can either lean back towards the buffs, or you can go even heavier on personal by picking the right choice in the talent tree. As it stands, I still think it's way too much on buffs. Which
I mean, it was always surprising to see like the distribution, right? I think most of us kind of expected like a 50-50 or like a 75-20 in the opposite direction, and then it was actually even worse initially. Like it was like 80-20, and now we're at 70-30. But still, that's just not fun. Like it needs to be somewhere closer to equal, you know, or even 75-25 would be probably ideal.
Like the thing about it is like the more lopsided it is, the more the balance becomes a concern.
Yeah.
Like everyone's just like, oh, the secondary stats are all wrong and everything. You know how they fix that? They just make it do damage, and then the secondary stats actually do something again. Like that's a simple solution.
Mm-hmm.
And like every single patch, the power of augmentation is so reliant on the specs that it works well with.
Yeah, and that in the outliers of balance, right? Like the broken
the outliers
shit.
of balance.
Because like the more broken certain classes are, the more broken you are, and then they start normalizing them, right? Because the nerfs happen always, and then you're getting nerfed indirectly.
They hit Asa 4 times because of Orc, pretty much.
Yeah.
4 times. Like assassination after the first nerf was like pretty much spot on with sub at the time, and then they triple tapped it again. Like why? Like why would you do that? Like I mean, yeah, it made Orc really strong, but why?
It just and it feels bad too, because like you know, as an assassination rogue, that like you're kind of getting hit by the collateral damage, right? And already people are not very keen on Aug. Most people are either neutral or fucking hate it. And there's obviously some enjoyers too, but it really doesn't help that everyone else is kind of feeling the Aug effect. I know in my guild, like, everyone is like, this shit is terrible. Like, everyone is very, very jaded about it. Just like in the state of the game.
The problem that Org test that like the biggest issue I think in terms of the game itself is that augmentation's impact is not isolated within the class itself or maybe even the spec itself. Like sorry, other way around, the spec or the class. Like yes, if all what augmentation did was displace devastation from its raid spot and it just you play the Org now for the evoker buff, which is shit, so you're not actually doing that in the first place. Like it would suck. But you could get over it, right? I mean, at least the majority of the player base would be able to get over that. The issue is for the majority of the player base, what augmentation has done it's made the game like it's impossible to know how well you are doing.
Yeah.
It is impossible to know whether you're doing the right thing. It is impossible to know. Like this isn't just am I parsing well? No, this is am I playing? Am I getting better as a player? Am I contributing like
the feedback loop is so
pause.
important for the gameplay. Like you have to have something to look at and see the results.
Like, and I'm sure there's definitely players, especially the more casual players, that don't really care. They just want to hit the thing, and it doesn't matter to them. But for a lot of players, they do care, and it is important to them that go out getting better. Like we see this in class discords. People come in to ask how to get better. People wouldn't come and ask how to get better if it didn't matter to them. They just wouldn't ask.
Yeah, I mean,
and then the augmentation puts a big issue on that. This isn't even from the Org perspective. From the Org perspective, it's even worse. You have no idea how well you're doing, really. Like, this is messing up with everybody
the
else.
downstream effect is insane.
Yeah.
It's like polluting everything, right? Just think about PTR. Like, PTR logs were completely unreliable. Like, I knew most guilds in PTR testing weren't running Aug specifically because it poisoned the logs. Like, if you ran Aug, you literally could not discern anything from the logs anymore.
That's still true. That is still true to this day.
Yeah.
The main one it leaks is prescience buffs do not attribute properly, so you're getting about 1% damage increase, if not 1.5% damage increase with the prescience on you. Shifting Sand doesn't attribute properly on any damage amplifier or any pet, and like a bunch of other specific class issues. Like it's
and absorb shields don't even fucking think about those.
Yeah, you just can't trust it, and obviously AoE doesn't work if you're being buffed by the Org. Like you just can't trust logs, and if you can't trust logs. And you can't trust details.
Then what can you fucking trust at all? Because logs are the last line of defense, right? Like that is like the one area where it's like you're supposed to be able to look at something and say definitively what it is, exactly the amount, right? But but now that logs aren't reliable, that's just out the window. Now we have no reliable sources to gauge our performance. I posted a picture. This was literally posted in my guild Discord today. this manifest about augmentation.
It's still guild. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a joke. It's a joke post, but still, it's true.
The thing is, it's a joke post, but it's genuinely true.
Where's the lie?
Like, where is the lie? Like, it's a bit extreme.
Yeah.
But it is true.
It probably AI generated it. It seems from the way that this is reading, but I mean. Where's the lie exactly? There's no lie here. The introduction of Augmentation Evoker and its consequences have been a disaster for raiding. They've greatly increased the DPS of those of us who are buff, but they have destabilized raiding guilds, have made the DPS role unfulfilling, have subjected players to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, and inflicted severe damage to raiding as a whole.
If the logs had been fine the entire time, there would definitely be a lot less hatred against the Orgs.
Yeah. And especially if classes weren't nerfed because of it too.
Yeah. I mean, classes wouldn't be nerfed if it actually attributed properly.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Assassinations didn't have caustic splatter work with logs for like the first 3 weeks or whatever it was. And then all the other bugs. And then when they're so heavily bursty and all the fights have burst windows, wow. Asterix doing 40% more damage. That's definitely natural. Definitely natural.
It's natty.
It's the same thing with PI. To be fair, some of this stuff is can't entirely put the blame on Blizzard. some stuff, like most of the org stuff is Blizzard's fault, to be fair. But like stuff like power infusion, why is power infusion included in the base rankings? Like, if I look at a spec statistics, why can I not choose to filter out PI logs immediately when I look at statistics? I want to see how the rankings look when pecs do not have power infusion, please.
Yeah, I mean you can do it in the
I understand
parsers, but yeah,
there's-
not in the statistics.
I understand that there's obviously some biases to that, but like, please let me remove the power infusions. Let me remove like the external buffs. Like, of course, you can't just remove the org, but I would love it if you could. Like, if there was anyone that got, if you ever get an org buff, your log is tainted immediately, and you get nuked from the platform. Just gone, dude.
Honestly deserved.
That'd be sick.
But it's just because it doesn't work, right? If it worked, there wouldn't be an issue for that.
Yeah, I mean, most of this wouldn't be an issue for like the raiding guilds at large if everything just worked.
Which it does not.
Which it does not, yeah.
Mhm.
Surprisingly.
At the same time, like, there's another issue that they have. Logs are so, like, they're missing so many important pieces of information that you can't, like, easily. Like, I mean, probably you know about this because I've talked about it a lot, but, like, you can't easily try and reverse engineer it either. It's possible, but it's a nightmare. Because the logs do not have an up-to-date stat. Like, you don't actually know how many stats any player has. You just have the competent information at the start, and which contains a bunch of buff information that they have, and a bunch of their stats at the start. And you have to work it out for the rest of the fight. The issue is the log at the start does not necessarily have every buff they have either sometimes. It's really janky.
It does kind of suck playing one of those classes that benefit greatly
Also
from mod
missing
bucks and
a
PI and
bunch
not
of
getting
the
them.
bonus
Yes, true.
items and items, so it's difficult
It's bad for everyone.
to work out.
It's bad
so-
for the people that are benefiting from it. It's bad for the people who aren't.
Like a giga miss, basically.
It's just kind of
Yeah,
a
you don't
disaster.
actually know if any item has like Blizzard lighting on it, for example, right?
No, you don't even know the stats on crafted items either.
Jesus. I mean, at least you know the final stats, but like, yeah.
Anyways, I got a lot of work to do some writing about this, but appreciate the talk, y'all.
Yeah,
It's good.
yeah.
Definitely
We had a good
hyped for the beams, dude. Can't wait.
Dude, I want to beam. I will be logging it in at the end of the start of the pre-patch and just beaming if we can.
Hell yeah.
The dream is real.
The dream is real. All right. See y'all.
Peace.
All right, that's it. Yeah, so that's gonna be it for today. I have a lot to do. I have a lot of work ahead of me tonight. Yeah. I just looked at the time and realized it's not the day anymore. It's actually dark outside. So anyways, that will be it for now. Expect YouTube video very soon about Scalecommander. I'm gonna work on it right meow. And I look forward to mass disintegrating in the pre-patch. Hopefully that'll be available. This is gonna be awesome. I think Devastation's really gonna pop off with this tree. A lot of thoughts about this. If you missed the stream, you can always watch my VOD. You don't have to be a sub. You can go on YouTube and find my VOD there. Also, very, very important news. I just want to plug this really quick. We have slots available in a course that I'm running on Wednesday. So tomorrow, I am doing a course for augmentation. And I know a lot of people are interested in like coaching, but haven't like really decided to do anything with it because obviously like the pricing and stuff. But this is a course that's like open to anyone and it's reduced. It's there's seats available right now if you want to get in on this. I'm going to link it in the chat. We already have a sign up, so there's 19 seats still available for this if you want to join in. But this is through Medify, which is where I do all of my coaching. If you want to check that out. But yeah, if you're like on the fence about starting up coaching, and you just want to kind of get like a crash course. If you're maybe just looking to play some AUG, you don't really understand how it works. We'll be covering all of the basics here in this course. So yeah, good opportunity for you to jump in and get an idea of what coaching is like at a very reduced fee there. So yeah, hopefully people are interested in that and sign up. And aside from that, that will be it for today. So thank you again for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. All right. Bye, everyone.